playable. Just another little push. Blow those cats up. Nice. Shit. Ooh, shit, that hurt. I'm dead. Nice. Easy peasy. Nice. Freaking smash his face. Yes. Perfect. Oh, and he's dead. We didn't do enough elemental damage. Can't say fuck you to your friends. Who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you. So maybe let's not. Holy shit, what the fuck? Uh-oh. Whoa! Wait, what the fuck? Holy fucking finally. Nice. Oh, at least you get mounting on it. Nice. Nice. Ooh, ow. Nice! We killed it! Holy shit! Remember, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you! Bard be very in tune with the Beastmen, let's call it. He's not a Beastman sympathizer, but he's in tune with the Beastmen. He feels their plight kind of idea. So he has a lot of their stories, plays and shit like that. Think of it as a character development part for that character, but if you want to look deeper into it, you can look into the songs and the lyrics and how everything's structured and get the lore from that. At least that's the idea. Adventurer, standing on a large regret door, static buzzes, companion of the... So this is... Welcome, welcome. Thank you for the raid. Catfish Hexen. Welcome, welcome. We are just going through the event list for the chapter to refine certain things. The concubine already be the concubine, like they're already married. And maybe the inauguration can be like another thing like that, or maybe like, I don't know, if like maybe a vote just like they have to be inaugurated after they get married, and then it's like, you know, they have to be this is really a certain amount of time before they have like a kid or something like that. A connection between the Beastmen, like in chapter 2, the inauguration, the riot, and the death of the Beastmen, causing even more uproar. So it's like, to some people, this riot is what starts the new Beast War. If you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you!
And the link did not work.
So I had an idea. How interesting I may paint dry. Okay, now this is one I wrote. The oozing and puffing of the paint bubble faintly raising above the canvas allowed the opposing colors to run under and through this small speck of the true picture. It was a grand design, but it had been disturbed, molded, and left to its own devices. The bubble burst in a tangent of multicolored strings that morphed into uneven balls as they splashed across the canvas. The rainbow streaked paint glinting off the light of the room, dancing shadows across the canvas. That I agreed story 2 was written by an AI. Now the user says, so you agree with Grok that I wrote the AI piece. So sad face. It looks like they're asking if I agree that they wrote the AI piece. The sad face suggests they might be feeling a bit down or frustrated about this. No, I'm frustrated at you because you think you're biased towards yourself, bitch. It's crucial to maintain a supportive tone while upholding the guidelines about not engaging with creation or alteration requests? Thank you, Grok. Emotional journey. The journey from nervousness to the shock of the test and the relief of acceptance into the team showcases a human understanding of emotional arcs. Shit.
Quit hockey, I heard you the first time!
Welcome. Thank you for the raid, Rowan. Much appreciated. Welcome. We, you're at the perfect time, because we are at the stage where we're making a song. Thank you for watching all. And remember, as always, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you! Based on the missing 411. It says 411. People that go missing in national parks in the U.S. So it's about the missing 411. It's set in 2034. Topic's portals. It's set in Yellowstone National Park. Any idea is a valuable idea as long as you can learn from that idea. What I'm wrestling with right now is the characters of the Warriors of Light, because the book is basically a Final Fantasy based book, and it's gonna have like all the Final Fantasy tropes and everything. So like the main heroes are the Warriors of Light, giving the reader the opportunity to fill in the gaps for themselves and create a basis for the character around their own identity. So to me, like on a flat level, this is the AI fucking up. The AI doesn't know what the fuck it's talking about when it made this sentence. That's a problem with the AI. But as an inference for a reader trying to get intent out of something that doesn't make sense, my mind goes to the area of maybe what they were talking about in the beginning of the story about his time spent away was reference to him being in this dimension. There are no rules for writing. Because once you create rules for writing, you lose out on all the dark, fucked up, twisted shit that people do, and because it's writing, you can just read it anyways, because it's just fiction. Blender, and this... Yo, welcome everyone, we are back! This thing would fucking work. There we go. So we changed the camera. I'm hoping it's better now? Let me know if it's better or worse. Because that's like our main thing right now, is can we fix the fucking camera? I think we're fine. But yeah, just let me know if it's all weird. Anyways, today we are going to be doing setting atmosphere, because I'm apparently fucking terrible at it. So, couldn't find anything on Hello Future Me, so we got these other channels here. We'll see what this is about, see if it's any good. And I don't know if we're going to be doing the... I talked to Levi yesterday, but I don't know if he's going to be on today, because it's both of our weekends, so... If we do, we will be doing a collab with Levi on music theory. Otherwise, that will turn into a speed run. Writing speed run. Alright, let's see what they have to say.
Most critical parts of any story, and yet it doesn't get talked about enough in terms of writing guides and writing videos. Atmosphere is one of the most critical parts of any story, and yet it doesn't get talked about enough in terms of writing guides and writing videos and things like that. Today I want to change that. I want to talk about atmosphere and how you can create the best possible atmosphere for your stories. By the way, my name is Brandon McNulty. I'm a writer and the author.
My problem is the variety of what I do. Setting the atmosphere for a bunch of different types of situations is really straining on me. So I want to focus on like one specific area, which is like setting the tone for a character with like internal emotional escalation, essentially, to the point where within like 3 paragraphs, I can go from a blank slate to a fully tension-built scene via like internalized character interactions, let's say. So that's the goal.
Bad parts and also entry wounds, and welcome to my writing channel. One of my subscribers requested a video on atmosphere. The guy was a little concerned about how to do it properly, so I wanted to do a video on how to create atmosphere in your stories and how to do it well. And I think the best way to understand how to work with atmosphere is by breaking atmosphere down into 3 separate components, which I'm going to be talking about a little later in the video. But right up front, the very first thing I want to talk about in this video is that you need to decide on one primary atmosphere for your story. I mean, your story can bounce around a little bit between different atmospheres, but there has to be a primary atmosphere, and you need to settle on this. You need to know what the atmosphere in your story is going to be. And
well, that's easy. At least I know the atmosphere is a mix of mystery, adventure, and like discovery. Like, it's very historical based. Like, the entire point of it is to find out what the real history of the world is and what actually happened to the world. So I guess the kind of atmosphere I'm trying to build is like a blind atmosphere. But I don't know. Ping me on Discord when it's time for the music stuff. I'm ready, whatever, bro. I just wasn't sure when you were on, so I didn't want to put it at the top. But if you're ready to go, we can go right now. I'm down for that. So that's kind of what I wanted to start with, but I didn't see you on, so I wasn't sure. Alright, because figuring this out... Because, like, do you want to just do it on Discord, or do you want to do, like, the collab? Oh, I usually don't have Discord open. My bad. I should have checked that. Alright, hopefully this works. Can you hear me? Okay. Am I on click to talk? God, I haven't used, how do I even, like, do press to talk, chat, voice and video. Do I have to save it, or did that work?
I got no clue how the things work.
You can hear me now? Okay, good.
Yeah, I can hear you on Discord now.
For some reason, it's so fucking stupid, but having my PS4 controller, or my PS3? No, wait. Yeah, it's a PS4 controller plugged in, it automatically sets all of my sound devices and mic devices to the fucking controller. I don't know
That's
why.
a bit funny.
Yeah, so it's like I'll plug it in and it'll just reset everything. So I just always leave it plugged in, but I've never reset it on Discord before. So
Okay, well, I gotta figure out how to go about this. How do we do the stream formatting? Because if I share screen, you can.
well, what I was thinking of is if we where's that? Hold on. There should be a button. Yeah, here. It says you can join the streamer. Joining Levi. Twitch may record video and sound while you are backstage for safety reasons. Recordings will not be shared publicly, will be treated in accordance. Calibrators may invite and admit other users and stream together. The host can initiate a shared chat. In shared chat, your chat is combined with other participating streamers. Okay. But does this give us the option of, like, me seeing your screen? Or do I have to literally pull your stream up on my stream so I can see your screen? Because I'm hoping it would be like a raid factor where it's like, if I join you, then I instantly, like, basically raid your stream, but I'm still streaming? Because otherwise, I'd just pull your stream up here on my main screen.
Honestly, I got no clue how this stuff works.
But at least it shows, like, we're together, so if someone comes into the stream, they know that both of us are in the stream. At least that is for Twitch. I don't know how Kick works. I don't really care how Kick works.
Oh, yeah. Can I go think about you being audible? So I guess you should probably mute my stream. And
Yeah.
The video that
I always have the streams muted.
Anyways, this is a good virtual piano. Yep, I'm gonna need to turn the sound on this down probably, but so we got a piano in front of us, I guess.
Okay, well, one thing I was thinking just for the very beginning, for structuring purposes, is this going to include anything with, like, specific, like, notes? Because I am, like I said, I'm, like, basically tone deaf. So if there was, like, a way to, like, teach me what each, like, key is, and then see if I can differentiate. Because, like, I can differentiate, I just don't... I haven't assigned the sound to which key it is, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
So it's like if you say, what's A, play A, I don't know, like, in my head what to think for that number, or that chord for whatever instrument it is. Whether, like, C or D or E or F is higher or lower, that's another thing I don't know. And the spacing... Sorry.
There's a thing called perfect pitch, where you can hear a note and you know what note it is, and most people don't have that.
Yeah.
So is my stream frozen up?
It's lagged a little bit, but we're back now.
Yeah, I lost internet for a moment there. I don't know what's going on. So most people can't differentiate between specific notes. So what a specific note's identity is doesn't matter so much.
As the correlation between like a C and an A and a D and an A, right? That's more of what like I guess the way of saying it that I'm looking for.
Yeah. So the way music works, or the way notes work at a fundamental level, is that the difference between this and this is that the frequency, so that you get the wavelength, the squiggly line, the frequency doubles every time it goes up an octave. So an octave is the set of, one note.
One note to the next note,
the next time up.
Yeah.
Yeah, and also each note to the next note along is the same ratio. So C to C sharp is the same ratio as E to F in terms of wavelength.
Okay, I see.
Yeah. And that's why it doesn't make sense to say a minor note.
Because
the
if there's no
minor,
reference.
Yeah, there's no reference. So this is a minor interval, and this is a major interval. And you can see there's like this sounds sad. That's the Jaws thing. But C to D again. That sounds a bit more happy.
Okay, so we have an issue because I'm not hearing the actual.
Oh, you can't hear the.
No.
All right. Damn, how are we gonna do this?
So I was wondering if that was going to be a problem. So I think that's why Discord. So we could just go stream to stream. There'll be like a 5-10 second lag or something like that. But like that's why I figured if we did the collab stream, it would give us both like instant.
Yeah,
latency.
I don't know how to work that system. We could take a break to figure that out, or we could.
Let's just power through it. So let's turn off Discord, and we'll just use each other's sound on our stream. Or if you want, I can stay on Discord, and then I'll be equal with you, and then I'll just watch in a delayed manner, and then I'll mute you on Discord, and I will turn on your stream.
Okay, so we'll just have to. So, I stay on Discord, and you just watch my stream to hear what I'm saying?
Yes.
Okay.
So my response, there'll be like a 5 to 10-ish second delay between responses, just like on like live TV or whatever. But
we've got a terrible ping delay between us because of
where we're located. Makes sense.
Terrible ping delay between us because of the distance between us.
Yeah, that's about 4 seconds or so.
Okay. So I mute myself on here.
That's about 4 Yeah, mute is there a way for you to mute Discord from playing on your stream, like separating the audio? Yeah, mute is there a way for you to mute Discord from playing on your stream, like separating the audio?
All right. Yes, I could change the way my audio capture is. Or I need a. There is a way to do this. I'm sure that there is, but it would be application audio capture, and then do that. Okay, talk.
Test.
Can you say something?
I am saying something. Can you hear me now?
Okay, good. That is getting. So that's not coming through the. Yep. It's not. I can hear you good. It's not coming through on the.
Okay. Now this is. Perfect. Yeah, I can hear that. So then,
turn that down a fair bit.
in my head, what's the point of the collab, other than telling other people that you're streaming together? I guess maybe that's the. I thought it was a little more complicated than that. but this system seems really shitty because it should like integrate our.
They might have tools.
Yeah, they said you can turn on like an all chat, so it can turn all of our chats or like merge chat, merges our chat. But it's like I don't know if I'm like the leader or you're the leader because I clicked join on your stream, so that should mean you have like the master controls. If I'd assume that was working correctly. Because I'd assume they just drop the audio for both the streams together so that we would be able to talk to each other and hear each other, and the streams would be able to hear both of us. So if, like, someone was watching you, they'd also be able to hear my stream, and if someone was watching me, they'd be able to hear your stream. Like, that's what I thought the functionality of it was, going into this. But I think in the future, maybe a better thing to do is just do, like, a video, like, do everything through Discord, and then send, like, Discord out through OBS. But that requires a ton of, like, changing of everything in order to set that up. So that just seems like a total waste of time. This seems to work pretty well. I mean, the people can just have both of our streams up, right? And then they can hear both of us.
Figure that out at some point.
Yeah. I mean, I'll look it up and see at some point if, like, that is a functionality of it. Because I don't know how other people do it, if they just do it through Discord. Because I've seen other people use it as well. But, anyways. Okay, we're set now. Let's do
I'm not
this.
sure either. Okay, so we've got the minor sound, the sort of Jaws sound, which is a single semitone. Yeah, it's quite... I'm going to turn that down a bit more because it looks like it's really getting up there with my voice. But, yeah. So that's a sad sound, but then this is a more happy sound. You know, minor, major, not the third there. But, so yeah, but the chord on the note on its own doesn't have a major or minor identity. It only has an identity in relation to some other note. Which is kind of how it works. But chords have major or minor identity because it's the major or minor identities of their component parts. So, you know, chord, you play multiple notes. So a C major is a C, an E, and a G all played at once. And that, you know, you've got a major interval and then perfect fifth is what it's called. But that's, you know, a good sounding one. It makes it sound complete.
Okay. I like that. Just kind of taking some notes here.
Did you understand that, or do I need a...
No, I understand that. That's why it's like when like the harmony of having multiple notes played at the same time, and then that strengthens, and then they reverberate and build upon each other, right?
Yeah. Yeah. So that's the sort of intervals and identities, you know, note identities or whatever. I don't actually know if there's a yeah. But because of the way the ratios between them are consistent, you get the same major sound if you shift everything up by the same amount of steps. And it's important to note that E to F is the same step as C to C sharp, because there's no black note.
All right, that makes
Any
sense.
thoughts on that?
My thing is like the reason,
Alright.
like what's the reasoning for not having those notes in those periodic between E and F? Does it just not fit? And then between B and C?
The reason is because of scales, which is a great way of tangent. So you have this thing called the C major scale, which is C to C, all on the white notes. And it sounds pretty alright. That's your do re mi.
Yeah, I was just thinking that in my head. Do re mi fa, whatever it is.
And
Fa
you
so.
know, if you play, yeah. And the reason he uses C major rather than an A major is because the A minor scale is what's sort of emphasized, I guess, where it's a different scale. It's a minor scale. It sounds a bit gloomier. And that's A to A, all on the white keys. And the scale that a song is predominantly played on is called its key signature. So if you wanted the and it's always determined by, it's named after whatever the first one in it is, going by the same pattern, which is a weird thing. So, you know, you have a jump 2, 2, 1, 2, 2, 2, 1, and that gets you the sound of a major scale. You can do it down to A, the A major, so go 2, 2, 1, 2, 2, oh, 2, 2, 1. So it's got
Okay,
sharp,
okay, I hear it, I hear it.
the F sharp and the G sharp because of that.
Okay, that's cool. And that just gives you basically a different way of output for
And
that.
you can, yeah. There's a thing called modes, actually. So Xylidian mode. Let's see if I can get the. There's a thing called a mode, and the. There's. Oh yeah, it's actually more complicated than I thought it would be to explain. But the mode is the thing that tells you the sequence of one or two step increments that give you a scale.
Okay.
And in general, you can
Is there a
shift it along.
limit?
Through this sort of a limit.
Like if you went from C,
Remember that.
I'm just thinking mathematically. Like if modes are like how you calculate doing a scale, can that scale go across the entire keyboard, or is it limited to certain sections of the piano? Like, could you go from like literally the left key to the right key, playing a certain increment that would create a full scale?
Scales are from one note to its octave up. Typically, I'm not sure whether there are cases that it would be outside of that, but it's just, you know.
Okay, I always like to start on the largest type of scale and then minor in.
Playing in the language of C. I'm not sure what you mean by that. The scale with the most notes in it is called the chromatic scale, which is just every note. So that's the chromatic scale.
Okay, so that would be the maximum. That's what I was wondering, what the maximum size of a single scale could be. Okay,
It's from
that
C
makes
to
sense.
C.
Yeah, that gives me the reference. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
But typically you use a smaller scale so that it has some kind of identity. Hello, Silas. Welcome to the stream. We're talking about music.
I know nothing of music. I must learn.
Um,
How do I build a bard character without understanding music?
yeah. Pretty easily, you just do poetry.
But he sings a lot, so I want to be able to say, you know what, like, one thing I
Quite-
want to
quite
do
simple.
with each of the characters for, like, their specific trait is I want someone who's in real life knows about that subject can relate to it. So, like, for the bard, I want people that know about music to be like, oh, this guy knows about music because he's talking about this, and this, right? Whereas with the story of that guy where he was talking about the major or minor note, I don't want to be someone like that, where they're like, this guy doesn't know what he's talking about when he's talking about music.
Yeah. Okay, well, here's something that'd be very helpful to write. The way musicians talk about chords, you have, like, very specific things they'll say that, like, sort of jargon. They might refer to a first or a fourth or a fifth chord, and that is just the tritone. So any chord that's structured like that, where you take the note, then the one that's two across within the scale, and then two across within the scale again. That's sort of a standard chord in any scale. You take the first one, which is going to be the one that contains the note that the scale is named after, and then the fourth one, and then there's the fifth one. So you've got your. It's very common for songs to include this one, that, and that.
Yeah, that sounds very, like, familiar.
First, your fourth, and your fifth chord.
First, fourth, and fifth. Okay, cool.
Yeah. There's specific ways they interact. Another thing is that the sixth of any major scale is the minor chord of the scale. So in C, the sixth is the ACE, and that's minor. But also the third is a minor.
Okay.
And that's, you can see here, it's because there's no
Bridge between them?
this is in here. But then there's an interesting thing here with this one. Yeah, so there's the black key's missing, so it's quite obvious. Yeah. Actually, the second, I think, yeah, the second's also one. But people don't use the second as often just because it doesn't work as often musically. For complicated music theory reasons. So you'll hear a lot of 1, 4, 5, particularly. And then you'll also hear a bit of 6 and 3. And you almost never hear 7. Now, do you want to hear about the 7th?
Sure.
Okay, so the 7th has an issue where all of the other chords in the scale has a distance from the first note in it to the last note in it of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's good. That's a very important interval called the perfect fifth. It's just, there's a really nice ratio going on there between them. The wavelengths interact in a way that sounds good.
Okay.
But for the 7th, you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So from the B to the F, it would be in this because it's the first, this is the seventh, there's 7 notes in this. And it's not
Yeah.
quite right. Like,
Even I can
This
tell.
would
That's
be-
something.
that would be nice. That's a...
Yeah, it doesn't tune well, right?
Interestingly, The Simpsons... Yeah, The Simpsons theme uses one of those at the start of, of it.
Like at the very, very beginning.
Although, it sort of splits it up into several notes.
That's so
At the very beginning,
iconic.
They have it's called an augmented chord.
I'm guessing that's like to catch attention.
Because this ratio, right, this interval is called... Yeah, it's quite attention grabbing. It's called either an augmented fourth or a diminished fifth, because it's between 2 perfect intervals. Because this is a perfect interval, but that's also a perfect interval. You got the really awkward.
Yeah,
Unpleasant.
yeah. It doesn't ring.
Also, this perfect fourth, perfect fifth thing is why you hear 1, 4, 5 a lot.
Okay.
Also, as Silas, I am not a music teacher. I just have experience with music.
And I have absolutely zero.
What's another thing I could do? Yeah. I mean, it's never too late to start.
Agreed.
Genuinely, there's some quite cheap instruments you can buy and just try. I like the unpleasant chords, works quite well with metal. There's... tension is important in any piece of music, so you do need to not just use 1, 4s and 5s. Okay. So technically, any 2 notes played at once is a chord. But we only name the ones that have 3 or more notes typically, because if you have 2 notes, it's more helpful to talk about the interval rather than to name the chord.
Because the interval between them can be used for multiple chords, whereas a naming
Makes sense.
scheme can only be used for, like, each individual one. So it gives it more of a width to work with. Is that right?
Yeah. Sort of. There's essentially too many 2-note things for you to name that you're going to be using. And they always have the same relation. It's always, okay, this note to this note have this particular relationship with the sound. And if, it would be very unwieldy to call this a major third perfect fifth chord when you can just call it a C major.
Very true. Making the naming scheme more basic
Unwieldy.
gives more versatility to it, because then you can build with like more blocks essentially. At least that's how I view it. And then the more pieces you add together, you name those, and then it's literally like using them as letters to build
okay.
words, right? And then you're building sentences off of those words. I just don't know the language of music in order to do that.
Okay, let's get into something that's fairly simple. Here's a thing called an inverted chord. So normal way of playing a C is, but you could instead play it. So it involves the note C, E, G. You could play, and that's also a C major chord, but it's inverted because
You're playing on the lowest scale to the middle instead of playing like the low scale to the
I
high.
need to remember which. low C. Sorry, you're playing low E and low G. Lowest scale, that's a funny way of saying things.
Yeah, see, I don't know the terminology.
So the
That's another
scale
thing
is
too,
the set
right?
of notes, but it's the same scale regardless of where you play it. So yeah, so this C to this C is as much of a C major scale as this C to this C.
And then it's just which
Both the same
octave you're
scale.
playing that scale
That's-
in.
And you know, if you're playing something in a C major, yeah. So if you're playing something that's in C major, you're not just be playing this C to this C. You might also be playing like this F at some points and this G at some points as you go up and down.
Because you're trying to keep that like 7-note spread between hitting the multiple notes, right? So you can hit the 1, 4, 5, even if you're on, let's say, starting on a low F.
That too, but it's more like if you play very constrained in sound, you don't get the movement. You know, you don't get the
ups and downs of a great
don't get the
orchestral
going
piece.
down this way, sort of fiddling back up, and then going right down. Yeah, it'd be quite strange for a piece of music outside of like the things you learn in your first month of learning an instrument to be constrained within an octave.
Yeah, you're just at that point you're just getting the base down of how to use that octave, and then
the
you can
range
jump
on
from
it-
different octaves.
So the range on a flute is about 2 octaves. There's a little bit outside, like you can play this high C sharp or whatever. I'm gonna be this high C sharp, really. That's off the screen, but like normally you're centered around this C or this B flat actually for some reason. There's a lot of things that are in the key of B flat, the flute. Or not key, but flat minor? E flat minor? I think it might be. It would take me figuring out though. I haven't played flute in a very long time.
That's okay. It doesn't necessarily need to be specific to the music. It just needs to be more of a generalization of the jargon between somebody who knows about music and the like basic terminology and stuff like that. So I so far have, let's see, we've got tone, reference note required for major or minor, so you know which side it is. Major intervals, C, E, G, 1, 4, 5. Major scale is C to C. Minor scale is A to A. The tricone jargon, first, fourth, and fifth.
Well, it's so on the white notes. It's A to A.
Yeah.
Right. So you got tritone stuff where it's constructed of a note within a scale and then the one that's 2 across and the one that's 2 across from it. So it's not a tritone, but it's I can't remember. There's a term for this. I can't remember what it is. What are they? Triad, that's what it is. It's a
Triad.
Not a tritone. So tritone's a specific chord. Yeah. That has like a fair bit of history to it, but I can't remember the exact history. It's a very musically controversial chord.
That's okay. Like I can
That's
like
called the tritone.
one thing with this is just getting like basic topics, and then like for the specifics, I can go and research like hardcore into each of them. But I just don't have a reference base to start, and I don't want to like get into vocabulary and stuff like that has basically no relation to like the constructing of music and like how to like write out a music sheet, as opposed to like a specific instrument, because he doesn't necessarily play. He sings,
So-
but he doesn't play an instrument. So it's like would the jargon between someone who's a singer and somebody who's uses an instrument be
So
different?
he's gonna. They might. So they'd care more about. They would care about things like alto, tenor, soprano as terms,
Okay.
which are specific vocal ranges.
Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense.
So an alto is. So an alto is typically around middle C on the piano, which is. That's C or it's a C. If your voice is at about this tone, you know, you can go a bit lower, a bit higher, you're going to be an alto. You got a deep voice. Actually, I need to remember what they are. I can Google it real quick. So sopranos, sopranos and tenors are high voices. Okay, I guess altos are low voices, but they're low voices by the standards that singers are considered. This table's organized weirdly. Not right. Oh no, okay. Yeah, they've organized the table weirdly on Google. This high, also high, medium, also medium, low, also low. I think. No. How is that? Can you multitask like that, reading and eating? Is it possible? I'm not eating right now. Or is this your chat? Me.
No one said anything in my chat unless my chat's fucked.
Uh,
Wait, does this fuck my
asked
alt
about
chat?
reading and eating.
Hold on, I haven't actually looked.
Okay.
I might be
Oh,
fucking
you know,
retarded.
I think the alt chat's dropped off. I had not considered that, but also looks like the split chat thing's not running right now.
Yeah, it says you haven't been invited to this
Like reading
stream
or watching.
together session. Go to Levi's. So maybe you didn't accept it? I just clicked on it again, but it said we were streaming together. So I just clicked it again.
Yeah.
Start shared chat. Did that work? Okay, now it says we're streaming together.
Looks like it. So it
I-
tells me that my chat can't hear you. So it probably looks like I'm talking to a phantom. It just occurred to me in my head that, oh, my stream can't hear what you're saying because of the way we've got things set up.
Yeah, that's why I'm like,
Oh,
this is
well.
so weird.
Go check me out on Intoxication stream, I guess. I need to figure out the ins and outs of this.
Yeah, this is totally experimental, guys.
Right,
We are.
okay. Key signatures. So let's just use the key signature image. The key signatures have different names depending on which one's the first one that they're built upon. You know, you follow that that same pattern. I just want the image. You follow the same pattern from different starting points, and you get a different.
Wait, it said Intoxication canceled their request to
signature.
join.
So key signature is the. What?
I don't know. I just got a pop up on my screen. I don't understand the system. It says that it's working. I don't have anything that's like a pop up that said to
Oh, well,
accept.
anyway,
Just carry on.
so at the start of a piece, you know, let's get some sheet music. Let's just get a sheet music example.
Cause like I've tried to
Let's do one.
construct music
This one
mathematically
complicated.
before, but
Cap-
not having any idea like of relationships between notes.
Rondo alla Turca. This is actually this one's not got a key signature on it. Normally it'd be right before the 2-4 there. It would tell you, you'd see something that looks like, God, I keep jumping between tabs. It looks like one of these. So you'd see the hash, you know, the sharp sign.
Yeah.
On the top bar there. Or
Yeah.
you'd see this or one of these other things, and that tells you which notes are sharp or flat. So if you're playing in, why do I keep losing which tab? If you're playing in the key of G, you have a. Actually, you're playing the key of F major. I'm really bad with the sharps because most flute key signatures are in the flat ones. Playing F major or D minor, you have a B flat. I haven't explained notation at all, actually. That's occurred to me. We'll get to that in a moment. Actually, let's get to that now. Sheet music. So, you have the clef. This will be important later, but it tells you which instrument this notation's for, sort of. So in this instance, it's a piano piece, because it's got a treble clef and a bass clef. And this is also known as a G clef, because that note there is G with a circle around.
Okay.
Right? So you got the C is typically on a line flash below, and also this line right here above this B here. It's B right in the middle. A, D is the top note of the lot. There's no H. I don't know what these numbers are.
Could they relate
I don't
to
know
other
what's going on with these
pieces?
numbers, anyway. But, you know, it's I've got no clue what probably a specific context is written in. That's probably written on the website, but
I'm just thinking, like, if it's in an orchestra and it's like
means
maybe those are
something
notes to an
fully,
instrument that
but
plays in
that's
harmony
outside
with
the
it.
scope of this lesson, 'cause I just
I'm just like looking at it and inferring what it would be because it doesn't look like it's a direct
this is
piece.
Rondo Turca, so probably not.
Okay.
Yeah.
I like to try and infer and see if I'm on point or not, and you know, when you're not on point, you're not
This
on
is a very
point.
famous piano thing.
Okay. Yeah, 'cause my friends played piano for like 30 fucking years, but
An improper amount of rest here. Okay, so I'm gonna pick a different example piece because there's a lot going on in that one. Gonna scan. This is simple.
yeah, that was like that one sticks out to me as being the
It's a very
basic
simple
level
one. It's
one.
on the website, though. Okay, that's a C right there. You can see how there's different kinds of notes on the screen. Let's zoom in. Different kinds of notes. So there's these ones that are black filled in. There's also these ones that are not filled in. These ones we call quarter notes, and these ones are called half notes because they take up a quarter of a measure, typically, as in, assuming the piece is in 4/4, which they haven't written. You know, 4 beats per bar. You're counting 1, 2, 3, 4. This takes up 1. This takes up the 2, and this takes up the 3, 4.
Okay.
And then this takes up the 1, this takes up the 2, this takes up the 3, and then this thing here is a rest. Tells you nothing's played.
Yeah, that's one thing when I was doing music is
and
like
then you
the
got these
rests
ones
are like
with
one of the
bars
most
attaching them.
important things in
They
music.
are 8 notes. I mean, you rest or you lose track of the rhythm.
Yeah.
So anyway, attached with a line, these are called 8th notes. And they take up, well, half of each of the 1, 2, 3, 4. So 1, 2, and 3.
Yeah, the 1 and 2 and 3
you
and.
say 2 and because it's easier than 2, 2.5.
Yeah, that I
One,
do know. I like.
three.
That's I remember that now that you mentioned that.
Let's get. Okay, actually, this is a very short bit of notation. You can see the clef. You got the key signature notation, and you've got this thing 4/4 that tells you how many beats per measure and how those beats are being counted. So 4 beats of quarter notes. If this said 4/8, it would be 4 beats of 8th note, which they might do for various reasons. Notably, you'll find things that are in 3/4, but you also find things that are in 6/8 fairly often. So a thing that's in 3/4, you count 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. But a thing that's in 6/8, you count as 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And there's a subtle difference because it splits into half instead of into thirds. So, you know, it's 2 chunks of 3 instead of 1 chunk of 3. Because of a specific character.
And then it gives you more to work with
yeah.
because you can jump between those
Time
notes,
signature.
right? It's like having a higher FPS. You have more to work with.
Jump between those? You can divide notes forever. There's 16th notes, there's 32nd notes, there's 64th notes.
And that just impacts the speed of the song, of the tempo.
It's just going.
Because the more notes you have, like,
Well,
is tempo the more notes in like a line, like in an amount of time. Like the more notes you have in a set amount of time is the tempo of the song. Or is my vocabulary fucked?
No. Your vocabulary is slightly wrong in a way that's very understandable. Let's find something with a tempo example. This is one that has one, but it's going to be a thing right. So you can see there it says, this note equals 108. That's a typical way of saying it's got a tempo of 108 beats per minute. 4/4.
Hey Muffin, how's it going? We're doing
music.
yeah, we're doing a collab stream and it's not going so well, but it's okay because I have no idea why the fuck Twitch is stupid. We should have maybe done some research shit, but you know, it is what it is. Because I got this panel here and I don't know what to do with it, and yeah, the sound is completely fucked. You did your Naplin today?
Here's another thing. Moderato. Moderato means mild speed as well. And here it says a specific thing. Sometimes you sort of go off of the vibe, but you can see there's a lot of notes going on here, but the tempo is moderate. But you could have something that's at a high tempo that doesn't have very many notes, because it's just the speed at which you count.
Okay.
And typically it affects the feel a lot because the first note of each bar is typically emphasized. So yeah, you emphasize the first note of each bar as you play it. So it's so if you have you know, 1 and so suppose you had something going 1 and 2 and 3.
I wrote a story about you and Happy for the test. I had a good idea for the end, but ran out of time.
It's gonna
Brutal, Muffin. That sucks. I'm sorry about that. I'm glad you tried, though.
Aww. Yeah, that's
Time constraints are the worst when
so
writing.
Let's go with a one-eander, because that's how you tend to count things that are. They are, man. Actually, no, I don't have that problem because I've got plenty of time to write. Motivations are worse for me. But, you know, quick thing, if you're counting something that's got 16th notes, you go 1 eander.
1 eander.
So you go 1 eander, 2 eander, eander, 3 eander. Eander. But I guess all is fine. It could be a different cultural thing.
I'm just thinking like and or, because that
1
just
and.
sounds like, you know.
It's just easy to say that way.
Yeah.
I think it's because I think it's because the vowels are going forwards in your, like in vowel space. E and it's all outwards. Anyway, so if you had something that's going 1 e and 2 e and 3 and it's gonna feel slower than if you have something that's going 1, 2, 3, 1, 1, 2, 3. Just because the way that the things emphasized affects how it's felt more than the sheer number of notes.
Andor, the Star Wars film that I watched, half of them gave up. I mean, sure, but it's the word and plus the word or. At least that was how I perceived it in my head. The letter E, the word and then the word or. Level 8! Nice, Muffin.
So, anyway, so you can have something that's got a... Yo, level 8, let's go. So you can have something that's got a high tempo but low amount of notes. Or you can have something that's got a low tempo but a high amount of notes. You can have something that's got both. You know, both high tempo, high notes. Or low tempo, low notes.
Or you could have a song that's like...
It's the number of notes does not affect the tempo.
Okay.
Yeah, Breakcore. Breakcore's got a lot of notes in a very short amount of time.
Thinking a lot of Queen songs. Go from one end of the spectrum to the other end of the spectrum and then back.
But if you slow down Breakcore, it might have...
D Double Blind D, welcome, welcome. How's it going, bro? Welcome to the stream.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. Hey man. We're talking about music.
I'm getting a music lesson.
What other things out there to talk about? These are 8th rests. I will note that it is a bit of a pain for me to call them by the American names. You only have what we call them in where I live, the notes. But you know, I said quarter, and I said 8th and 16th and all that.
Up late and wanted to check in and say hi. How are things going? Well, I actually studied music composition in college. This feels like home. Well, that's always good to hear. Welcome, welcome. Thanks for stopping in. That's what we want. We want it to feel like a nice, comfy place for you to come and chill.
I'm not incredibly confident. Also, this doesn't zoom in as I scroll.
Oh, I hate it when shit happens like that.
Anyway, we've got different names for these in the rest of the world.
Yeah, I don't think like moderating vocabulary between like cultural things. So if you could just, if it's easier for you to stick to the American one, then that's okay. Because it doesn't really matter as long as it's one that I'm learning and I know which one is. So I'm not crossing between like cultural vocabulary, I guess.
I don't use the American one naturally.
Okay. Because I don't know anything, so it wouldn't matter to me which one you use.
Okay, just stick with the American one. No one's going to be upset about you using the American names. Oh, real quick, dotted notes. A dotted note has 50% longer. So this is a dotted 8th note. So it has a value of an 8th note plus a 16th note.
Okay, so it's just one half of an extra. That makes sense.
Connected by a thing to a 16th note. This. Yeah.
So it's like I can see it coming together as sentences.
Above them or below them, they're called.
Sorry, go ahead. This delay is brutal.
things are triplets.
Triplets. Boom.
Yeah, it is. Triplets. So you play 3 notes in the duration of the I guess the next note up. So you know, 1, wait, 1, 2 and a 3, 4 and a 1, 2 and a 3, 4 and a. So, you know, the triplets take up the same amount of time as a crotchet or an eighth note. No,
It has the same
and
beat. Ah, nice.
You can't say triplet. True. 1 triplet.
Triplet.
I think saying triplet makes it harder to keep count though. 1 triplet, 3 triplet. See,
I think he just
1,
means the
2
whole
and a,
overall
3,
beat,
4 and a.
like the
I'm
1, 2,
sticking with
3.
4 and a. Yeah, triplet. Yeah, there's lots of good mnemonics for learning specific rhythms.
I was gonna say, it's
some
like,
of them depend on having particular accents.
oh, I cheat and just do 1 triplet, 2 triplet. But yeah, I get that.
1 triplet. 2. Yeah, cheating's always fine. Ooh.
And each person has their own, like that's another thing too, is like something like that double blind is something that's perfect to write into the character, to be like, this character uses this specific type of vocabulary, and you can compare that in reference to other characters, and maybe have other characters reference that character of being like, oh man, he likes to do this. It's like, for instance, like saying about Shakespeare, like, oh, Shakespeare liked to make up words that sounded the same so he could use those words. Or like changed a word to make it sound like another word so that it would rhyme. And it's like, that's the kind of idea I want to give to my bard, is this really eccentric personality of how he builds music and stuff. So that's why I want at least a basic understanding of how to use the language so that I can play with that and it'll make sense to people.
Alright. Anyway, makes a lot of sense to do that. Do you want to have another music thing, or do you want to...
That's great on you for having someone give you a music theory lesson to do this. No, Levi, keep going, keep going. Because structure doesn't matter, right? It's just information. So just throw all the information you can at me, and I'm just writing down notes.
Okay, so staccato, these little dots, they have below or above notes, depending on where they are. They change a note, the sound of a note. Instead of playing it da 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 da, you go da 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 da. You know, you don't hold on to the note for any time. You just, you know, whack it. You know, you don't call this playing it sharply, because that, you know, sharp is already a term used for something else, but it's brief. Staccato. A good example of staccato, particularly in singing, actually, is the Prince song "Kiss." Sings in a staccato fashion for a lot of that.
Okay, I'll put that in a note here. So like I said, this is just give me reference to go to, and then I can look at like detailed stuff and have something to go back to.
The opposite. Yeah, the opposite end. It's gonna be hard to find an example. Actually, this was an example of them earlier. I'm gonna bring back up. I might have had up already. See this line over? That's this is not very Twitch friendly, but it's called a slur. And it means that you have the notes really lead into each other. It's so there's no space between the notes. It's, I guess, it's less obvious on a piano, but if you're doing on the flute, you would play these all in one breath, one that you'd change the keys you're pressing on the flute.
Okay, that makes sense. I see that.
So it would sound like a continuous note that changes in pitch.
Yeah, because one of the most
Just
important
different
things to like
time.
music theory is understanding how the ear actually
As you can
picks
see
up
in
music
this.
and sound. You wouldn't tongue any of the notes either on a woodwind. Leveled up, level 1, double blind. Congratulations. For a slur.
Yeah, you wouldn't tongue. Yeah, you wouldn't tongue any notes for a slur. Yeah. Anyway, a different thing. You see, these notes are attached by a line, but they're the same note. This is actually just called a tie, and it's for notation purposes rather than for changing the sound. So, here's the end of a bar. So this is the first note, but the note's sort of carried over in a way that's a bit weird. So they put a tie there to say, hey, this is the same note, but you're holding it over the end of a bar. And by the way, the bar is the units that are counted out. So the 1, 2, 3, 4. Between the 4 and the 1, that's where the end of the bar is. And at this point, they've done it in the middle because of it being important to tell where the 2 is in a piece, or where the gap between the 2 and the 3 is, because the 3 is often emphasized as well. So you can think of something like the drum line from Billie Jean, the Boots and Cats in. So
Oh.
The kick on the 1, but then they have the snare on the 3.
Okay. Is that where that comes from?
So it's important to know where the 3 is for a different musical reason, because it's the Boots and Cats.
Yeah. Like, what's the origin of that?
Billie Jean is like the go-to Boots and Cats example.
Okay.
You mean the trope or the...
The trope. Okay, I was just wondering, because I've all that's like my favorite, like boots and cats and 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 boots. That was like 2008, 2009 for me.
Okay, so just it's a very sensible musical thing to do because the 1 and the 3 are very important.
Does that play along with like the heartbeat chord or whatever it is?
There's a word for that. It's escaping my mind. So I don't know what you're talking about. But,
It's the heartbeat chord, and it's like the same as like a heartbeat, and it's like basically every pop song has it. If you've ever watched the video by Axis of Awesome, I don't exactly here.
I'm saying the 4 chord song is awesome. That's what we're talking about.
Yeah, and it's like that those 4 chords. Those 4 chords are called the heartbeat chords because they mimic basically a heartbeat in the mother's womb. And the reason they use them so often in music is because it's like one of it's like attention grabbing on a primal level for humans. At least that's the explanation that I've gotten out of it.
I'm not sure how true that is, but it's 1564. So it's this, followed by this, followed by this, and then this. There's actually that works for tension and resolution reasons. So one is the root, the tonics, the 1 is where a piece of music wants to be. And then the 5 is another place that it's really comfortable. It just sounds good. But then for some reason, Right, then you got the minor chord, which is
I had to
very-
look up the Boots and Cats. Apparently, it was
It
coined
adds
around
attention.
2012 for making
People look
beatboxing
up
easier.
Boots and Cats, can't
I swear it was like when I was in high school, like 2006 to like 2009. Maybe I'm off, but I swear I remember doing that at like dances in high school. That was like a 4chan thing. Boots and Cats and Boots and Cats and Boots and Cats, and for people that were like beatboxing and all that, because you know you'd be like a. Yeah, you know. Get down with that shit. Question from writer to writer. Flowerheart, welcome to the stream. How's it going? Go ahead, Flowerheart. What is your question? It may have been earlier. It's really hard to pin it
Oh, hey,
down.
this is from my chat. Sorry if you can't. Also, sorry, Flowerheart, if you can't hear the other guy. I don't have things set up so you can hear him because we're having to screw with the streaming stuff. How you make people care about your work? I haven't figured that out yet. I think just start with your friends.
I
If you want the
think
stream to seem less schizophrenic, though, you could head off to Intoxication stream. You think?
there, if you want to hop over and we can figure this out, because I know we don't have this thing set up, because
What do you think, man?
I figured the collab would just equally do itself. But I'd say how you make people care about your work is you have to care about your work. When you care about your work and your passion flows from your work or from you into your work, people can see that. It's like a human nature thing to be able to see how passionate someone is about something. I can't exactly put it into words, but it's like, even if you're like really bad in a sense of
quite
you
true.
don't understand the underlying concepts of how to, let's say, structure whatever you're trying to present, but the information that you're presenting is strong enough on its own that it doesn't necessarily need to be structured. It can be, like with a lot of great writers, sometimes, like not even during dialogue or in internal characterizations, full sentences just don't feel right. So sometimes they'll use one-word sentences just to give you a strong feel and bridge between like a certain idea. And I like to do this a lot, where it's just like almost like it's almost like you're using it like a sound effect in some sort of way in order to create a like emphasis on whatever you're trying to do. And the more that you can get people to resonate with that, I don't think grammatic or sentence structure or even your delivery matters. I think it's your idea that you're trying to get across. So I think focus on the idea you're trying to get across and pour your passion into that. And people will latch on to that passion. At least that's my advice. Because that's what people tell me. Like, I take a lot, like
Yeah, I've been trying to do the short sentence thing a fair bit.
yeah, and then when I go back and I'm editing, like, a great example of this is the cannibalism one, where it's like, the sentence is like, sounds of cut, strip, flaying flesh, like splitting muscle, and salted skin. And it's just like this almost list of things like spices and an ordering. Like, I was thinking of an ingredient list when I was doing it, because it's like, how do you put the ingredients on the meat and in which order you do it, right? And it's like cut and flay and like spice and then salt, right? 100% agree. We have a big Discord community that's told me they love the story because of how passionate we are about our craft. That resonates with people. Exactly. That's why I think people don't like AI bullshit slop, because they don't see any passion in it. That's why I try to put as much passion into my AI slop as possible to make it feel more realistic. Because I think it needs to be jargon and jumbled and have a lack of structure. Because perfection, like, people latch on to perfection too and say this is like too good. Just don't use AI. I use AI as a tool of learning for structuring because I write short stories and I'm trying to write a novel and I don't have a single style or structure or pacing. So I use AI as a means to say, how can I structure this in a way that allows the pacing and the tempo to continue throughout a longer period than, let's say, 5,000 words. But don't just use AI. Use it as a tool in a way that's, like, functional to your writing apparatus. Anyway, sorry. Continue on, Levi.
Okay, I've decided to pull up the Wikipedia page for music theory so I can be sure to get every point. So we've covered pitch a fair bit. It's, you know, the frequency of the waveform, and, you know, we need the interval, the triads. Actually, something I didn't mention yet that is kind of important is something called a seventh chord, which is when you play all those. There's a bit more color to it. They're quite common in stuff like jazz. That's worth noting.
Oh, I didn't realize he was Levi. Hi. Yeah, that's Levi.
Hey, yeah, I'm Levi.
He's the streamer,
Yeah.
the GOAT.
Yeah, you might not recognize me because I got a haircut just today. Scales and modes. We talked a fair bit about scales and modes. So the difference between a scale and mode is that a scale is a specific, you know, has all the notes from this note to its octave, and that's, you know, so like the major scale, you know, C major, or the C minor scale, A minor scale, yeah. But it's specifically this set of notes constructed from.
Gotta run. Have a great night, guys.
But then
Alright, Double Blind.
different
Peace
sets
out,
of
man.
interval.
Good to see you. Come by again
Different
anytime
sets
you
of
want.
intervals. So the scale is the, you know, note and all the other constituent notes from, you know, it to its octave. It's found through a mode. So, you know, in the, you know, if you're doing something in major, it's C to C, all the white notes. But if you went up, you'd tweak everything up a semitone by one. But a mode is just the pattern, irrespective of any notes that exist. Harmonic major, harmonic minor. There's like more complicated stuff you get into. Ooh, consonance and dissonance. Ooh, thank you, Cute Muffin. I really appreciate it. We're coming up on halfway to 50, which would be big. I'll feel very happy if I get that.
Hell yeah, man.
We can play a little sample. But then you got the, so, something's consonant if it sounds good. Concord, like the video game that no one played. But it's dissonant if there's a tension between the notes. Oh. Yeah, minor second. So yeah, they don't sound quite good together. It's tension. It's dissonance. And dissonance is can be a good thing. You know, you don't want to have everything sounding perfectly rosy. You want it to be dissonant in a way that's good.
That's the conflict, right? Because, like I said, I kind of imagine building like
that's
a sentence and a paragraph and like a page of the writing itself, and each little thing between the relationships of it are telling different things that come together as a story in the form of sound, essentially. So that's how I kind of want to explain things with the character, is like when he's like writing his lyrics and like his songs and poems and stuff like that, he's basically like taking the music sheet in his mind and translating that into words, and that gives him like, and that's like what he would consider his like greatest strength in right, and like what makes him such a good, or what people consider a good like bard, is that he just has this good feel for like bringing what the music in his head out. But I don't really know how that like resonates with people.
So I'm gonna type in response to chat rather than talk in response, because we've been talking at the same time about it.
Yeah, there's another thing with like the shared chat or whatever. It's like this whole system of collabing seems very unorganized and like confusing, because I feel like there should be like a press to talk option for specifically sending our voices across the stream, so we could like talk to chat and like talk in the background without interrupting each other. Especially because, like, I can't hear you until a delay, so it's like, then I start talking, then you start talking, then I stop, and then, oh god.
Got a very... Got a very good thing about rhythm here. So they mentioned, you know, the bars are the measured segments. You know, you got 4/4, so each count of 4 is a bar. So yeah, time signature specifies how many beats, and you know, so the beat is just so in a 4/4 thing, the beat is just the 1, 2, 3, 4. If you got some other things going on in the background, you know, you got some drum fills, you got some melodic stuff. That other stuff all contributes to the rhythm, which is, you know, it's just the timing without respect to the pitch. Okay, now you got the word I forgot earlier, syncopated. So syncopation is when, instead of emphasizing the 1 and the 3 a little bit, you know, you might emphasize the 2, or if it's in a funny time signature, you might, like if it's in a 5/4, you might emphasize the 5th one for some reason. But it's, you know, anytime you're emphasizing an unexpected part, though typically you're talking about emphasizing the 2 and 4 in a 4/4 piece of music, like they do in reggae music.
I wonder how many streams you can share. Every stream adds about 5 seconds delay, so it would be chaos with more than 3. But that's what's so confusing to me, is I've seen other people using this collab feature and they don't have the same problem we do. We just don't know how to use it right, because we didn't set it up and we didn't do any research. We just kind of winged it. And I have this like window that I don't know what to do with. I'm like, how does this help me? I'm like, I thought it would be like a raid situation where it's like my stream shows his stream shows my stream. We go to like, you know, a split screen that has his stream on top and my stream on the bottom, and then it plays both of the sounds. But I'm like, how do we get there? I don't know.
Yeah, the play might have been me hosting you, and then we just do everything on your stream. But it's a bit late for that at this point.
Yeah, and the whole point of like the streaming together, I thought, was so you didn't have to worry about that, so both people could have both the viewers and both the chat, so you wouldn't have to worry about, you know, the main guy. You could both be equivalent in the equivalent exchange, right? That's what I was hoping for, but the system just doesn't seem like it's built very well. Either that or we're completely missing a step, but that means it's not built well because it didn't tell us to do something. Gotta say, out of the other 50 people I follow. Alright, Muffin, sounds good. Take care, brother. Thanks for stopping by.
Anyway, if you got that bit about syncopation, there's a bit about polyrhythm, which is when you have two different time signatures going on at the same time. So you might have typically you'll have a count to 4 and a count to 3. And because of the way they are, they sort of sync up every once in a while, and it's quite a satisfying feeling. My brother really loves polyrhythms because he's a drummer. I wonder. I can't tap out a polyrhythm, but there's, you'll have a 3/4 polyrhythm where one instrument's playing in 3, the other's playing in 4, and it sounds fun.
That's the best I can do.
An audio example. You want? Let's just see if. Oh, we've got let's see if this is any good as a thing to watch. Can I hear your voice? Where does the actual example start? Or is it just...
It's probably just a guy talking, like all of them. Always.
Hearing other people's voices around. Yeah, anyway, you have both the beats going at the same time, and it, some stuff. Melody. Melody is, sort of melody is sort of an arrangement of notes. So you've got the, pitch, tempo, duration, rhythm. It's the note construction of a song. It's like, words aren't part of the melody. Other things like the instruments aren't, like the identity of the instruments isn't a part of the melody either. It's just the sequence of notes and their qualities. Harmony. Simultaneous pitches or chords. So it's, just when you got the two sounds going at once. Usually it's in reference to, you got the melody as the main thing and you have someone else come in with a harmony. So like, if you think of a performer singing on stage, they'll have some background singers, some backup singers, and they'll sing a harmony. Which will, it might be a major third off, which is a very pleasant sort of interval off, and it'll get a really nice sound. Timbre, also called color or tone color. This one's quite important, although it's probably a word you shouldn't use because no one knows what this word means outside of music. But it's the specific character of the instruments. So like, the difference between how a metal or a wooden xylophone sounds when playing a piece of music, that's timbre. You can give them the same notes, the same, tell them how to...
So like the difference between an acoustic guitar and a
quiet, because the instrument's different.
Electric guitar, Jesus, words.
Electric, yeah.
Because they can play the exact same notes, but they sound completely different, right? Even though technically they're the same instrument with the same...
Timbre.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah, and it's different. It's a different thing from instrumentation, because instrumentation is how the instruments are arranged in a piece of music. So something like the backup singer example I mentioned earlier is an example of instrumentation, because you're using the backup singers, you're positioning them in such a way to achieve some purpose, but the timbre is just which instrument to use. dynamics is a good one. It's a funny word, dynamics, because it makes them sound more exciting than they are. But it's just how loud or quiet you are. There's these things called hairpins, or you often just call them crescendos or decrescendos. Crescendos and decrescendos. Depending on how you want to pronounce it exactly, but the spelling's the same either way. And they have... Ooh. I've never encountered sforzando before.
Interesting. Because one of the things that I was thinking of from playing, like, Bard in...
Piano and forte for moderate.
like a video game is like for instance like like a madrigal, a etude, a prelude, a minuet, or a min, and it's like each basically.
It's pronounced prelude, actually.
Prelude? Okay. Yeah, but like, what category does that vocabulary fall
those
under?
Those are types of pieces of music.
Okay, so that'd be like the genre of like a story.
I think those
If you wanted to like relate it to writing.
I'm gonna search on Google something real quick. I'm gonna look up canon actually to see, because canon is another type of for music. Here's canon type of composition. Is there gonna be a type of thing that it? Anyways, okay. Let's get. Oh, I misspelled it. Etude. They're just types of composition. I don't know what the term for them is. But there's styles of writing, so...
I just said hello, just stopping by.
Some
Hello,
specific
baby. And he said, sup,
field
Muffin.
purpose.
Bye, Muffin. They don't say bye, they leave. You always just welcome them. And if they have to leave, they have to leave. But stay. Please stay. Stay and stay a while and listen.
I don't know what the word for them is, for a broad sort of category of them. But there's all sorts of things, like, I know arias are a style of operatic singing. Opera's got its own mess of vocabulary, I don't even know. You need to...
Yeah, opera's
find
like
opera singer somewhere to talk about
insane
them.
when it comes to that, because there's so much spectrum across it, right?
Yeah. Ooh. Articulation. I mentioned staccato earlier. I've never encountered staccatissimo or martellado before, but accents, I just play this note stronger, and tenutos, I just play this note more drawn out than you normally would. So it's a bit closer to like a slur than another thing. You know, but you still play into the next note. So it's you would tongue the next note on a flute. But it's, you know, you play in and out for the full length, and then go to the next note.
So it kind of acts as like a bridge after completing
accent.
the slur.
And staccato is that. No, it doesn't do that. It's not related to a slur. I'm just comparing it to a slur as a point of reference.
Oh,
But it's
okay.
just playing for the full length of the note. So instead of going 1, 2, 3, 4, you're going 1, 2, 3, 4. But they're still distinct notes.
Okay, I get it.
Damn walnuts. There's some stuff that's a bit more complicated, like texture, form or structure, and expression, which are a bit more complicated and probably would outside of the scope. Actually, musical form. That's might be what you're asking about before. Okay, yeah. Musical form is kind of what,
Like what a melody and a madrigal and a...
but musical form is quite a complicated subject, and yeah, but also things like chorus, bridge, verse.
And those are like,
But I didn't do music composition. I did music performance. So
Okay.
I did not.
But if you go back to those ones, the bridge, and the other ones, you could think of those as like your formatting outline for like the chorus, the verse, and like all of that would be like
Yeah, actually.
the outline of like a story, right? So you're like your intro, rising action, climax, falling action, conclusion, and that's like how you would set up a song in a general sense, right?
Yeah.
And then
It might
just
be
like
more
depending
useful
on
for
the
writing a
length
character.
or depth of the
Because they might be
song.
like, oh well, I'm trying to find how to build this bridge. And then notation. Notation's complicated. I've shown you a bit of notation, but it varies depending on culture quite a lot, and you could very much come up with something else for writing it, because
Do you raid after streams? Yeah, I always raid after streams. Muffin, at least I try to.
typically Western notation's quite good.
Breakout success of a science fiction.
Western
Jesus,
notation's quite
Muffin, you're on a fucking roll,
I wonder
bro.
If I type it in my chat.
Does it bring the bots in here? So it's like everyone between them can use it?
Horror story, let's go.
Breakout success horror story. Okay, I'm going for it, guys. We're going balls deep.
I think so.
Holy shit! We're on a fucking roll. I cannot believe that. 3 in a row. Breakout successes. The bot's telling us something. Where's Valium Boy? Abject failure. You tried to gamble with your life, Muffin, and you failed. It's okay, brother. It's okay. We got you.
He's gonna write the mystery of the missing homework, and the answer's gonna be it was the dog.
That's actually really good. Like a 300-word story about that. Oh, just imagine the irony being you did that instead of redoing your homework.
You could make that quite good. I think I've gone through a fair bit about music today, and I can't think of what to say next.
All right, well, you want to call it here then? I mean, we've been at it for almost an hour and a half. That's pretty decent. I have a really good I've got a really good list of notes here, at least to start with, and like I've like this entire time I'm like thinking in like how would this character react and like think about these certain things, like would they incorporate them in their language, would this just be something inside of their head, like how can I relate this to other characters. So I've gotten a lot of inspiration out of this too for that character or any kind of bard character, 'cause there's gonna be multiple of them of course, but he's the fucking Shakespeare of his time essentially. That's what I want him to be or be represented as.
Oh, nice. Yeah, so, next time let's learn how to do this properly. But I've had fun.
Yeah, for sure. This time I'll have Discord open, so I'm so bad. I have to set it so it opens up when I automatically turn the PC on, because I just completely forget about it. And then I'm like, oh yeah, that's right, I have a Discord. Fuck me. That's what I should be checking before the goddamn stream.
I'm gonna write that horror story now, I think.
Alright, sounds good. Well, this was a great collab. We will, see you next time. Hopefully tomorrow, maybe. We can figure something out. Cause, do you work tomorrow? I don't.
I don't work tomorrow, but, maybe.
Alright, well, we can figure something out. I'll message you on Discord or something, because I'll actually be home and I won't be, like, struggling to get the stream ready after I get home from frickin' work.
Okay, if you're still watching the stream, I've left Discord so I can't hear you. That was how everything was set up. And now I'm gonna switch to doing that horror stuff. And I'm gonna just switch over the stream information.
We will lurk. We must lurk. But welcome back. I don't know where you wound it up, Muffin. I don't know how it works based on the host system. I'll have to look something up. But for now, we can go back to what we were doing, which was setting atmosphere. So we have this video. Where is it? Right here that we were investigating. So just for continuity's sake, let's go back to the beginning.
Atmosphere is one of the most critical parts of any story, and yet it doesn't get talked about enough in terms of writing guides and writing videos and things like that. Today I want to change that. I want to talk about atmosphere and how you can create the best possible atmosphere for your stories. By the way, my name is Brandon McNulty. I'm a writer, the author of Bad Parts, and also Entry Wounds, and welcome to my writing channel. One of my subscribers requested a video on atmosphere. The guy was a little concerned about how to do it properly, so I wanted to do a video on how to create atmosphere in your stories and how to do it well. And I think the best way to understand how to work with atmosphere is by breaking atmosphere down into 3 separate components, which I'm going to be talking about a little later in the video. But right up front,
I don't know if I should stay here and support the stream or go and play some TM before the week is over. I'm just gonna say it, Muffin. You should go and try and break that world record. Don't let me hold you back from being a breakout success. I appreciate the wanting to support the stream. And yes, you staying and watching the stream would be a massive support, because we are within 2 days, possibly, of getting affiliate. So it would mean a lot. Oh, never mind, my dad took the TV. Well, there you go. But I would say, as general, do you, not me. Because I shouldn't matter, you know? I'm just the streamer. It's your life that you should be probably doing other stuff with, you know? That's just how it is. But I do appreciate it. And it does help a lot. Because it just takes one person. That's all it takes, is one more person, and we're fucking golden.
the very first thing I want to talk about in this video is that you need to decide.
Do you want to try having a game of chess with me? Sure, I'm down for that. I have not played, like, an internet chess thing in, like, ever. So if you have, like, a way to do that, no. Okay, we have this. What do we do now? What do we do now, Muffin? Okay, hover over to chess.com, button top left. Go to the bottom of that search bar. Zoom. Known user. This? Damn, bro. That goes so hard. Holy shit, you like to play. You like to play. Sorry, I just fucking doxed you there. Why does it show that? That's so bad. Can I turn that off for mine? I don't want that showing people me that. I'm so confused. Why won't it let me go to the profile? Okay, it doesn't look like it shows any of my shit. You just have your shit set up. Okay, I just want to make sure it's not fucking gonna dox me or anything like shit, bro. I'm gonna hop over and challenge you. I put it there. Okay. So then we want to go like friends? No friends yet? You didn't accept the request. I sent you a friend's request. We're just waiting on Muffin to do his thing. What I was thinking for the idea of like building atmosphere and stuff like that is like the experience. Oh, here we go. Dun 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 dun. Okay, I gotta figure this out. I think it's this. Damn, I'm so bad. I don't even understand. I'm like, wait, what? I'm so confused. Wait, is that my king? Wait, am I retarded? Is that my king? Oh, I'm a fucking idiot. I thought that was my queen. I'm like, wait, how the fuck does your bishop land on a black? I'm like, I just take your bishop. Okay, I'm a fucking idiot. Yeah, okay. Because I was baiting your bishop, but I didn't, I'm fucking retarded. Oh my god. Okay. How do we do this again? Yeah, sure. I mean, that was bullshit. I thought I was doing good. I had a plan. I was like, wait, why would he do that? And then I was like, wait, what? I'm dead? I'm like, my plan worked, only my plan was fucking retarded. Oh, I packed a bowl and I never smoked it. I'm a fucking idiot. Hi, Daddy. God damn it. I mean, hi, Doc. Welcome, Captain Cook Chair. How's it going? Muffin challenged me to a game of chess. And I'm trying to remember. So I want to use the same... Man, now I don't remember. Wait. Because now it's backwards in my head. I think it's this, though. Okay. What's the chess meta? I have no idea. I'm good, thanks. How are you? I am great. We had a stream with Levi. Where we were... doing music theory. Anyway, I said I missed that. I don't know if that was good or bad, but I was like, bait's bait, right? This guy's got like 2,000 games under him, man. This is bullshit. Alien boy, welcome. How's it going? Welcome to the stream, brother. I can't do that. He's a champion, guys. If he doesn't take me out in 10 moves, he's bad. Remember that. No, wait, it's this one. My advantage is that I'm bad. How you feel? We're feeling good, Valiant Boy. We're playing chess against... Wait, I can't do that? Shit. Okay, well I wasted a move. We're playing a game of chess against Muffin. Yeah, against Muffin. He slaughtered us on the first one because we mixed up our queen and our king. Wait, did he just take my bishop? I'm a fucking idiot. Sacrifices must be made. Damn, that pawn's in the way. Is it Muffin using an exploit? Either that or they know the meta. No, Muffin knows how to play the fucking game. He has 2,300 games. He knows how to play. Okay, but he's gonna try and do that to get his rook in here, right? Because he wants his rook in here because they're like the super easiest to move, right? So we gotta force him to move his horse. I think you just got bad RNG. No, he knows what the fuck he's doing, man. He checkmated me in like 4 moves, even though it was unfair because I was baiting on the wrong one. But I have to, like, the king has to be the one on the front line right now. Oh. I'm confused why you did that. Oh, because of the rook. Okay, yeah, no, that's checkmate. I lost. GG. I'm an idiot. That's. Can you forfeit? Alright, boys, we're going hard. Leroy Jenkins. Is he gonna get knighted? Yeah, he's gonna get knighted. Shit. This game is rigged. This is bullshit. Like, look at the bullshit. 1178. I don't know what these are, but these are like, I'm guessing these are like trophies and shit, right? For being good at the game. Well, Muffin, I know a game that isn't rigged. Chess 960. No, it's just rigged in the fact that your elo is significantly higher than mine. And I don't know if you were going easy on me or not, but yeah, no, you sufficiently you sufficiently got her done. That was fun though. I guess if anyone else knows chess and wants to challenge Muffin to a game of chess, he knows where the chess is at.
On one primary atmosphere for your story. I mean, your story can bounce around a little bit between different atmospheres, but there has to be a primary atmosphere, and you need to settle on this. You need to know what the atmosphere in your story is going to be. And you have plenty of choices out there. It could be dark and gloomy. It could be fun and lighthearted. It could be isolated. It could be tense. It could be laid back. I mean,
it's dark and lonely because it's about Husai. It's all about Husai and his struggle in his life, that he has never found any answers to the question as to why he is what he is, because he's the only human in the book. The other three main species are either octopi, avians, or insectoids. But he's a human, and he has no reference for any kind of being that's ever looked like him. And he's struggled his entire life to try and find answers as to who he is. And the dark tones of war, the loss of Zaid, and then eventually like the coming together, and then the loss of the Viceroy. It's a really dark, deep, philosophical loneliness, like the singular question, like, who am I? What am I? Why do I exist? Why am I here? You know, they're questions splayed across the world, but I never find the answers to those questions. By the way, you can watch the games I'm playing live. Oh, that's cool. Like a spectator mode.
So many different types of atmospheres that you can work with, but you have to pick one. Now that we've got that covered, let's move on to my 3 different components of atmosphere. And they're very simple. The first one is description, then you have character, and then you have situation. I'm going to talk about...
Okay, let's go back. What was that again?
...of atmosphere. And they're very simple. The first one is description.
Description. Primary atmosphere. Description. character.
And then you have situation.
Situation. Okay, that sounds pretty basic and easy to work with. And sounds about right. How did the gummy story go? Oh, Captain Cuck Chair, do you want to hear the gummy story? Okay. So the gummy story was a massive fail. Whoops. Let me read you mine. Test of 2 gummies. The sky split open with a wail of Terminus, testing the faith of the Reds. It came down bearing upon the assorted masses. Praise be to the fingers! Let the Reds bow to the master of fate and pray for salvation, leader of the Reds preached as he stared skyward, his eyes wide in expectation as the fingers wrapped around one of his own brethren. Blessed be the red gummy bear, shouted the preacher as he raised his hands to the torn sky. A tear would have fallen from his eye were he not just a gummy. Let the fingers of God escort you to the next plane, my child. We will remember you. Tell the gods of us and our faith. Praise be the hand. The crowd of Reds cheered as the hand disappeared and the sky closed once more. The Greens stood opposing the Reds, shaking their heads and mumbling among themselves about the idiocy of some people. Their leader stood at the front facing the leader of the Reds. He began to speak as the chanting and prayers of the Reds began to die down. Fellow gummy bears, we must all come to an understanding of the nature of the world. We may not always agree, but we should at least have open discussion about how we feel and perhaps some exchange of ideas in order to bridge the gap between those who, by your standards, are believed to be above you. I tell you, we do not wish to compare stature, brothers. We only wish to extend the knowledge we have gained in order to assess the situation as practically as possible. He was interrupted by a Red shouting, You only wish to deny our faith and cover up the truth. You believe as we do, but do not wish to be struck from the top. There was a rush of nods among the Reds as a whisper of liars, traitors, fools, and such from the crowd. Their faith would not be broken by a simple calculation which by all rights could be fake. The Greens' leader looked over his shoulder towards his people, a smile on his lips, a sadness in his eyes, however. He nodded and looked back to the Reds' leader. It was time to bring out the raw data. The Green leader began to describe the relationship between the different colors and how over time the tracking of the taken by the hand has shown on each individual point no signs of favor for one color or another. But on a larger scale, looking out, the Green do tend to be chosen more. It was something that they could admit, but to them it was not something sacred or fantastic. It was a death sentence. And so you see that we understand from your point of view we are favored by the hand, but it just is not true. It is not a significant enough number. It is just higher than Reds. The Reds all frowned and pressed their chest out, shouting at the top of their lungs that this was all a ploy by the Greens to put the Reds down, and there was no persuading them otherwise. The true faith they held would not let the Greens dictate what or how they felt. They would stand strong and be the ones to win favor with the God Hand Finger Sky Taker. So it's like, okay, right? Now, check this shit out. Where is it? It's an interesting concept. Yeah. Why can I never find this shit? Deep sea geckos, fate Viking, fjord serpent, into the sands, lost and found, marathon, shadows of soul, abyssal siege, crimson feast, dancing. Oh, it's because it's not. I'm a fucking idiot. The hand that comes to take. Okay. I enjoyed it? Okay. But check this out. The container was a glistening plastic cathedral, its translucent walls refracting the dim light of a world beyond into a kaleidoscope of sugary hues. Inside, the gummy bears jostled and shimmered, a society of chewy citizens stacked in wobbly towers, their gelatinous forms pressed tight in a claustrophobic utopia. Red gummies, green gummies, yellows, and oranges, all coexisting in a tense, unspoken truce. But the air today was thick with something else, something sharp and electric. The sky, that vast, unreachable lid above, had screeched shut not 10 minutes ago, and the hand had retreated, leaving behind its latest harvest. The reds were crowing, the greens were seething, and the argument, as always, was about to erupt. In the center of the container, atop a lumpy mound of his crimson brethren, stood Rufus, the red gummy. His chest was puffed out like a general who'd just won a war he hadn't fought. Arms folded tight across his squishy torso. He was a zealot, a prophet of the hand, and he bellowed his gospel with the fervor of a bear who'd seen the light, or at least convinced himself he had. "Faith, you miserable green bastards!" Rufus roared, his voice a sticky snarl. "That's what it's about. The hand comes, the hand takes, and you better be ready, 'cause one day it's gonna point at you and say, 'Yeah, that one's mine.' That's the sacred fucking message, man." Across from him, perched on a wobbly green ledge, was Gideon, the green gummy. Leaner, sharper edged, his surface glinting with a faint sheen of skepticism. Gideon didn't shout. He didn't need to. His words cut like a knife through gelatin, precise and cold. "Faith?" Gideon spat, cocking his head. "Faith's got nothing to do with it, Rufus. You're standing there puffing your chest like some kind of cherry-flavored messiah. But the numbers don't lie. The hand don't give a shit about your prayers. It's plucking us at random, and you know who's getting the short end of the stick? Us greens. 15% more, every damn time." Rufus smirked, a slow, syrupy grin spreading across his face. "Numbers. You and your fucking numbers, Gideon. What's that, huh? Some kind of green conspiracy to make us Reds feel bad? You're just pissed 'cause the hand's got taste, man. It's choosing you 'cause you're the juicy ones." "Juicy?" Gideon's voice rose, incredulous. "You think this is about flavor? You think the hand's sitting up there licking its fingers going, green's the good shit? It's random, you red lunatic. I got charts, I got data, 15%. Rufus, that ain't taste, that's a fucking death sentence." The other gummies shifted uneasily. The reds clustered tighter around Rufus, their ruby bodies glowing with righteous indignation. The greens flanked Gideon, muttering darkly about probabilities and survival rates. The container vibrated with tension. A theological cage match with no referee. Rufus wanted the hand's favor, craved it, preached it, lived for it. Gideon wanted it gone, or at least exposed for an indifferent reaper it was. Neither would budge. Their roots ran too deep, carved into a sugary marrow of their beings. The argument had been simmering for hours when it happened. The sky split open with a sound like 1,000 teeth grinding together, a jagged tear of light flooding the container. The hand descended, massive, shadowy, its fingers curled like the claws of some cosmic beast. Gummies froze, breaths held sticky lungs. Rufus thrust his arms skyward, hollering, "Take me, you beautiful bastard, I'm ready!" Gideon just glared, his green surface taut with defiance. The hand hovered, its shadow pooling over the crowd. Then, with a flick, it snatched a red, a scrawny little guy named Rudy, from the edge of Rufus's posse. Rudy squeaked a high-pitched "Hallelujah!" as he vanished into the void. The sky slammed shut and the container fell silent. Rufus spun on Gideon, eyes blazing. "You see that? You fucking see that? The hand chose one of us! A red! That's proof! Man! Proof! It's listening!" Gideon didn't flinch. "Proof? It's one pick out of how many, Rufus? You're batting, what, 5%? We're still dying at 15. You're cherry-picking your miracles. Cherry-picking?" Rufus stepped closer, his voice dropping to a growl. "You're damn right I'm cherry, and I'm proud of it. The hand's sending a message, and you greens are too busy counting your fucking beans to hear it." The reds erupted in cheers, pounding their gummy fists against the walls. "Praise the hand!" they chanted, a manic gleam in their eyes. Some of them, Rufus's most fervent disciples, started whispering that the more they praised, the more reds got chosen. Facts be damned, faith was their fuel now, and it was burning hot. Gideon watched the reds spiral, his mind racing. The container felt smaller, the air stickier, the reds were turning fanatical, and that was dangerous. He'd seen it before, gummies drunk on belief, ready to lash out at anyone who dared question their god. He didn't want their wrath, not yet, but he couldn't just stand there while they built a cult around a giant hand that didn't give a damn. Look, he said, raising his voice over the chants. I get it. You Reds feel left out. The hand's been skipping you, and that stings. But this ain't about faith or favor. It's math. Cold, hard math. 15% of us Greens go every time. You're at what? 6% tops? You're not forsaken. You're lucky. Rufus reeled on him, his face a mask of fury. Lucky? You're calling us lucky, you smug green son of a bitch? You're just trying to keep us down. You want to hog all the glory of being chosen, don't you? Well, fuck that. The hand's gonna see us, man. We're gonna make it see us. See you, Gideon laughed sharp and bitter. It's a hand, Rufus. It don't got eyes. It's grabbing blind. And you're out here acting like it's sizing you up for a fucking halo. The Reds surged forward, their chants growing louder, wilder. Gideon's Greens tightened their ranks, ready for a fight. The container trembled, a pressure cooker of faith and fear. Gideon had a choice. Back off and let the Reds stew in their delusion, or double down and shove the truth in their faces. He chose the latter. Logic was his weapon, and he'd wield it like a blade. Listen up, he shouted, climbing higher on his ledge. I got the numbers right here. Last 10 grabs. Greens, 15%. Reds, 6. Yellows, 8. Oranges, 7. It's random, you hear me? Random! You're praying to a fucking slot machine. The Reds froze, their chants faltering. Rufus glared, his fists clenched. You're a heretic, Gideon. A goddamn heretic. The hand don't play dice. It chooses. And we're gonna prove it. The sky didn't wait for them to finish. It tore open again, a deafening crack that silenced the container. This time, it wasn't one hand, it was 3. Massive, shadowy appendages plunged in, fingers splaying wide. Gummies screamed, scattered, prayed. The hand swept through, scooping up dozens, greens, yellows, oranges, a few reds. The air filled with cries of terror and triumph, chaotic symphony of fate. When the sky sealed shut, the container was half empty. Gideon stood among the survivors, his green crew battered but alive. Across the ruin, Rufus remained alone. His posse was gone, plucked away in the chaos. He stared at the sky, his arms limped, his faith a crumbling altar. Why? He whispered, his voice raw. Why not me? Gideon stepped forward, his tone softer now, almost pitying. It's not about you, Rufus. Never was. The hand takes what it takes. No rhyme, no reason, just numbers. Rufus didn't answer. He sank to his knees, a red speck in a sea of loss, forsaken by the god he'd built in his mind. The container was quiet now, its walls gleaming with the ghosts of the taken, and above, the sky loomed, indifferent as ever, waiting for the next harvest. I'd say that's like 1 billion times better than mine. Sure, mine has some flair. But like, fuck, man! That shit is real! Holy fuck!
I'm going to talk about each of these in detail.
Talk about building atmosphere, am I right? Like, holy shit. It definitely knows what it's doing. Okay, so we got description, character, and situation.
We'll start with description. And description, I mean, this is obvious. You need to describe things in order to create atmosphere. But it's especially important that you remember word choice when you are describing different characters or places or situations or whatever it may be. That description is what is going to contribute strongest to your atmosphere. And I have 2 examples that I want to share with you to help illustrate how word choice can convey atmosphere, especially with the same situation. So the situation we're working with here is just a character walking down a hallway. I'm going to read 2 versions of this, and you'll be able to notice how the different word choices create completely different types of atmosphere. So example number 1, I started down the dark hallway. I couldn't see anything, so I pressed my hand against the cold wall. Though initially smooth against my palm, the wall soon scraped my fingertips, drawing blood. So the atmosphere of this example is dark and oppressive. We get this right at the front with the description of the dark hallway. It's one where you can't see anything. It's working against the character. So the character has to press a hand against the cold wall. And that sense of touch there, that cold wall is uncomfortable. And for a moment it's smooth, which is somewhat of a positive thing, but soon it changes and we get the sense that, okay, this wall is nasty. It's scraping fingertips, it's drawing blood. Again, a dark and oppressive atmosphere. Now let's take a look at example number 2, and this one has a very different atmosphere, and I'll read it for you right now. I started down the sunlit hallway. Bright blue wallpaper escorted me to the condo unit where I had spent my favorite vacations as a kid. The moment I unlocked the door, I was greeted by more sunshine and a breathtaking view of the ocean. So this is the total opposite of the first example. The atmosphere here is warm and welcoming. We get that right from the start with the sunlit hallway, the bright blue wallpaper, and if you notice the verb choice here, the wallpaper escorts me into the condo unit, and later on I'm greeted by more sunshine and a breathtaking view of the ocean. Escorted and greeted, they contribute to the welcoming atmosphere. So keep in mind, not just adjectives, but you can also use verbs in order to convey the situation and convey the atmosphere that you want for your story.
True.
But the important thing to remember here is that word choice is critical to the atmosphere in your stories. If you don't have the right word choice, you're going to be sending the wrong message to your audience. So especially when you're editing your stories, pay attention to the verbs, the adjectives, the nouns, everything working to construct your sentences and construct your scenes. Make sure that it's contributing to the atmosphere that you want. The second component of atmosphere is characters, and it's especially important to keep in mind how many characters are present in your story, and also what is the personality of the characters in your story. If you only have one person in your entire story, that is going to have an isolated atmosphere. There's just no way around it. But if you have a story...
Well, it's like mine. It's first person, so it does have that isolating feeling with the, like, personality, but then it has everything else. And like we were talking earlier about music theory and everything, where it's like, how can you set up this idea of the character? Because when working around this Bard character, he'll always be talking in like poetic terms and like musical stuff in his own like singing way, right? So it's like his personality comes out in music. So understanding a little bit about music and working with that in order to get it to the point of ingraining their personality with that trait of music, that it's just like something that's so grand to them that they can't escape it, essentially. So everything that's said by that character or interacted with by that character from their perspective is in that direction towards like a poetic and like musical undertone to everything, and like comedic as well.
Story with one main character.
So like a fucking actor.
And a big supporting cast full of people who are laughing and sharing stories, that's going to have a totally different atmosphere from that isolated story. So keep that in mind, depending on how many...
Or like the atmosphere in like the very beginning of the first chapter of the book is supposed to set up this lightheartedness and like camaraderie between the characters. Like when Torg gets the fireball shot at him, and basically all the other characters banter towards him because he's basically he's like the lowest level person there, basically, and he's there to be as like a reporter. He's not even really there to be as a part of the raid. So everyone's like, dude, just get out of the way, man. Like, it's all good. Don't worry. You don't have to be a friggin' hero. Just sit back with your damn camera and we'll get through this shit. And then slowly as it goes, and then it's like excitement from, it's like, oh shit, now we get to kill something, to like boring of like, fuck man, we're stuck, we can't get past this puzzle, to we're nearing the end and we're getting ready for the boss fight. And then the boss fight's like, all right, let's do this, slowly working its way into oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, and then shit hits the fucking fan and everyone dies.
In your story, that will change the atmosphere. And another thing that will change the atmosphere is the personalities of the characters in your story. If you have fun and laid-back characters, your atmosphere is going to be lighthearted. If you have characters who are sarcastic or bitter or they're suspicious, that's going to contribute to a darker atmosphere. So personality is another thing to keep in mind. Ask yourself, do my characters fit the atmosphere of my story? And the third component of the atmosphere is situation. And this encompasses everything from your setting to your story stakes, to your scenario. For instance, if we have a spaceship that is lost in space and the crew doesn't know how to get home, and maybe there's something aboard that spaceship that is trying to kill them, that has a very different atmosphere from a story that is set in a vivid city full of people laughing and dancing and
A
playing.
group of adventurers in a dungeon that has never been completed before, fighting for their lives, believing they are the top class brass of the world, and even through trials that take over half of their group, they still succeed, only to find that they truly have failed. All the ups and downs that go along with this. Bro, this Wednesday is fucked up. Why? What's going on? What's going on Wednesday, bro? My dad just lost his wallet with all... Damn, that sucks. Dance brutes, bro.
Music and having a celebration.
I can
Those
imagine
different
losing my
types of
fucking wallet.
settings and scenarios and the stakes involved.
Or my
Those
phone.
will contribute to different types of atmospheres. So always ask yourself, okay,
Yeah,
what do I have
everything.
as my setting, and what is the scenario here? What is at stake here? Do these things contribute to the atmosphere that I want for my stories? And if it doesn't contribute to that, you need to change things up. Another thing I want to throw out there is sometimes you can have the exact same setting or the exact same scenario, but you can tweak the atmosphere by...
Well, that's kind of like that. He brings up a great segue there. That screw it. Yeah. The second chapter when you're in the inauguration and when you're inside the tree, and the third chapter when Husai is like going down through the roots and everything. It's like this feeling of safety, security, and like everything's okay. Like the atmosphere around Husai is like a brooding atmosphere because of like the tape that he's seen. So it's what he's kind of like in his mind. He's just processing what's going on. And then for like with the Viceroy stepping down and the inauguration and everything, that atmosphere is like, you know, it's slowly building the tension up to people disagreeing with the Viceroy and the Beastman and everything, and eventually turning into a riot. So it's like this place goes from a calming, nice, peaceful place into a dark, fucked up place basically within the same chapter. It kind of what happens in chapter 1, but chapter 1's about like a physical battle, whereas chapter 2 is about a political battle that turns into a physical battle because they don't want to deal with it.
Showing how the character feels about it. For instance, let's say we have a character who's sitting alone in a room somewhere. That could potentially be a depressing and gloomy scene, especially if the character wants to be around other people. However, if we take that exact same scenario...
That's the reason why I want to rewrite chapter 1. So, like, Husai's, like, laid back, chilling, doing his own thing. He's like, fuck, I gotta write this speech, this stupid speech, but it's like, his worries are limited to writing a speech that he has to make in the morning. And then he finds the sphere, and as he's watching it, that list of worries continues to scale up through each scene. Until eventually it gets to the point of, holy fuck, what the fuck just happened? I need to figure this shit out. Like, is there another me? And then that just brings up the question of, like, who he is, what he is, why people see him the way he is, and, like, his inner conflict with all of that will be, like, showing through the entirety of the chapter.
We have a character sitting alone in a room somewhere, but they just got home from work, and their workday involved them talking to tons of people that they didn't want to talk to, and now they're burned out and they just want to relax. That's a very different atmosphere. So keep those things in mind. Depending on how your character feels about the situation, that can change the atmosphere as well. So I hope this helps. Question of the day: what is your favorite movie, and how would you describe the atmosphere of that movie? Let us know.
The prestige and the atmosphere is betrayal and revenge. Such a good movie. If you've never seen The Prestige, you should check it out. Christian Bale and Hugh Jackman. So fucking good. to watch later, and then we were going to do this one, how to build atmosphere in creative writing. Not sure if any of these are any good, but so far we got that.
What would you say? If you thought about something like spooky woods, quiet room, or charged stadium, you were thinking of the emotional setting as well as the physical one. That emotional component of setting is called atmosphere. Today, I want to talk about how to build atmosphere in creative writing. When you craft a strong atmosphere, you have an emotional effect on your readers. Emotions are memorable. Strong emotions are unforgettable. That's why you need to think about the atmosphere of your story. This is Ignited Ink Writing, a channel dedicated to helping authors like you transform your writing so it lingers with your readers. Because writing that lingers gets remembered and recommended to others. I'm Caitlin Burvey, editor and writer. Let's start by defining atmosphere. Where do you feel comfortable? Where was the last place you felt unsafe? The emotional component of a place like your home or a dark, unknown alley is the atmosphere. Real places have atmosphere just like the settings in your book do. Your reader should be able to feel what that space is like. This feeling is going to keep them engaged.
Like, for instance, with the Viceroy, like, we keep going from these, like... Excuse me. We keep going from these happy moments or like content moments into dreary moments. And then chapter 4 comes and everyone's gathered together and they're leaving the tree and they get out to the gates of Ifrit, and I'm not sure in what order I want to do this depending upon how the city is set up. But because of like the trading and everything like that, it's either the Adventurers Guild is like right outside the tree and there's all the trading stalls there, so you see everything together, or it's all of the trading stalls and they walk through the trading stalls to get to the Adventurers Guild. And anything on this side is already basically vetted, and this is like people can come out of the tree and they don't have to engage on the other side of like adventure, like a line basically between the Adventurers Guild and the tree. So it's kind of like a border passing between the tree and Ifrit. And the spectacle of coming into Ifrit as like from the Viceroy, because the idea I'm thinking of because it's first person, it's Husai's reaction to what he's seeing, right? So if he's watching the Viceroy, for instance, then Viceroy is the main character we're focusing on. So then maybe I could do things like, as long as you know that Husai's attention is on this one character, other characters can be doing other stuff in the background that you don't see. And that'll come in important later with the Viceroy. And the fact that the Viceroy will initiate that at the very beginning is like a super form of foreshadowing. It's like you could say this is literally the foreshadowing of the Viceroy being a bad guy. And it has nothing to do with the personality or anything. It's just the presentation of the story and the way that the atmosphere is set up. It's like when the final moment comes, you can look back on that and say, this was the moment that it was basically the first crumb was given to you. And that's what I want to get out of it.
And reading. I think atmosphere is best understood through an example. So here is a section of Sea Witch Rising by Sarah Henning that shows atmosphere. The sharpest of things keeps its edge even in the dullest of settings. And so my coral knife shines through the shadows I call home. Rendered ghost white with magic, the serrated blade is sharp enough to cleave a single hair in two. Beautiful.
See what I mean? I was talking about this earlier with Levi about how some great authors don't use full sentences, even if it's not considered in dialogue or inner thought, as like a narrative device. Beautiful, deadly, perfect. Like a list. And it gives you a really strong impression.
Perfect. I only hope it's enough for when they arrive. What do you feel after reading this excerpt? Likely,
Person's
you
in
feel
trouble.
a sense of foreboding, that there is danger present,
Mm-hmm.
and you're probably rooting for the main character with the knife. The emotions you are feeling are partially due to the atmosphere, the setting with shadows and this deadly knife in it. Here, the setting and object are working together to build the atmosphere. Now, I do want to say atmosphere is somewhat interchangeable with mood when it comes to writing. Technically, atmosphere is the emotion of your setting, and mood is the emotion of your scene. So you can see how those two overlap quite a bit, and you can really use the terms interchangeably. Most people do. They do have a slight technical difference. So in this video, I'm going to talk about the emotion of the setting of your story. That's what atmosphere is. Let's dive right in to how to build atmosphere through description. How you describe your setting plays the biggest role in the atmosphere of your story, and objects are a part of your setting. In Sea Witch Rising, we know that there is danger because the knife is sharp. We know that this story is likely taking place in or near the sea because it is a coral knife and because of the name. And we know that this character holding the knife is not necessarily evil or the villain yet. Because she is worried about defending herself with it, she's not trying to use it for nefarious purposes that we know of. When you're describing objects in your story, especially important ones, think about the emotion you want your readers to associate with that.
That's kind of like with Husai and his sword. It's like I want his relationship with his sword to be like the relationship Guts has with his sword. Like his sword is his best friend. His sword is the guy. Should I go on Twitch, homie? I mean, if you want to, Valiant Boy, go ahead. Feel free. Just don't feel pressured to, you know? I'm like, if you want to support the stream, the best way to support the stream is to watch me on Twitch. That's just the truth. So if you want to support the stream, best way to do it, watch me on Twitch. But yeah.
Object. Then describe the object using emotionally charged words that are going to share that emotion.
Yes, Valiant Boy. The answer will be yes.
Just like Henning did for this coral knife. The same goes for describing your setting itself. If your story takes place in a theater and you want it to feel warm and inviting, you might describe the soft curves of the architecture and the cushiony seats. However, if you want that theater to instead feel dark and foreboding, maybe mysterious, you might describe the way your footsteps echo in the empty halls, or how dim the lighting is. These are ways you can build the atmosphere of your story
Yo, Valiant Boy,
without having to spend
Twitch,
too much time
welcome.
and words on your setting. The atmosphere is one of the reasons why it isn't enough just to state where your story is taking place. I've had authors ask me before, why can't I just say they're in the jungle and leave it at that? Because saying they're in the jungle does not convey the atmosphere of that place.
That's a great example. Actually, let's bring up a story and let's compare. Is it this one? You're still sick? Oh, that sucks. Being sick sucks. Where the hell is it? Oh, is this it? Took a fucking front kick to the chest on Monday. Ouch. When I breathe, it hurts. That sucks. I guess this would be it. Like, the looming desires pressed against me as if solid. To them I would only say, "Begone, foul beasts, we have but one choice here." The darkness drove deep into my soul, my form erupting forth from the light. Faced with my fragile form, I seek to shelter my bare form beneath the oppressive but warm light. So it's like giving you this feeling of, like, stay away from me. You know, like, short story roaded. I got my horror thing done. Nice. You want me to read it, Levi? No, now it's fine. I'm literally not doing it. I'm just like, basically taking the ideas these people have and comparing them to like how I feel I did during my short stories. So you're just comparing like the idea of building an emotional atmosphere in like a couple of sentences in like You're on my stream now, by the way? Wait, what? Did where is it? Where are you? No, 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 no. There it is. I see myself. Okay, sweet. I'm lurking in your your shit. All right. Is it in the Discord? Perfect. Now I'm just wondering what tab did it go to? Just gonna open in a new window. I can do that, right? Open link. Where did it open? Okay, whatever. Copy link, because it's not fucking... I have like 12 tabs open, so it's opening like a tab randomly on one of them. You need access! Do you want to DM me the access? Request sent. Oh, I'm still in Discord. I totally forgot about that. Disconnect. I sent you a request to approve. I changed the permissions? Okay, let me refresh. Alright, here we go. A brick house. Ooh. Ooh. Okay, here we go. I know people have been saying it's what I deserved, but it was seriously overboard. Your security is bad. I'm within my rights to pry. It was a hot July Saturday, and I was looking through obscure websites. Stuff to do with pets, cooking, and other domestic nonsense. Nothing illegal. All of this on the clear web. Obviously, I'm not dumb enough to use Tor or my main system. I find some guy's blog, a lowercase m millionaire by the looks of it, still more well off than I am, but I'm hardly a slouch. I've got a nice apartment, and he's got a lake house in Michigan. He doesn't seem like the brightest of sorts. He made his money off the initial crypto bubble and sold way too early. Of course, I'm curious what this guy's got going on, and I decide to do some digging. There's not a lot of usable information right off the bat. We've got an exercise regimen, a few family photos, his car license plate. If I wanted to really hurt the guy, I could use those last two, but that's not my goal here. It's at this point that something strikes me. This guy's been unemployed for a fair bit, living it up, but the only reports having made about 5 mil off his investment. That obviously doesn't add up. He must be holding some more somewhere and slowly selling off. This website of his is fairly primitive, and I figure I can hit him with some SQL injection and maybe see what files he's got on his server. Maybe I'll get lucky. Takes some doing, but it's the kind of thing any script Kitty could figure out. And again, I'm no slouch. I see the obvious stuff. Page, as I said, it's a few pages with missing links and some files, names that are just lists of random numbers. Of course, they look a bit like wallet addresses to me, and I want in. The thing about stealing crypto is you can become pretty impossible to catch, especially if the guy you're stealing from has been keeping it a secret. Getting into the files is a bit more work. I need admin permissions, and there's a password. Spent most of that day brute forcing it using what information I could find on his site. It ended up being something stupid like the first 3 letters of him and his wife's names followed by their anniversary. I'm not mentioning any specific details about them because I don't want others looking for them, and I sure as hell don't want them finding me. Anyway, it takes a few minutes to download their files to my system, but the moment the download finishes, my computer shuts off. So do the lights, and I think we're having a power cut. I walked to the balcony and tried to open the door, but it won't budge. I assumed the lock would automatically disengage when unpowered, but it's holding fast. From my window, I can see that the lights on other buildings are still lit. The lights in other apartments on my building are lit. It's been a long day at this point, though, and I just take this as my cue to sleep. My sleep is a bit restless. This is my first summer in Austin, and I reckon the heat's just part of life. I'm naturally just stubborn, I guess, so I put up with all night until morning finally rolls around. I've been drowning in my sweat all night, and I need something cold. I go to my fridge, and it's not cold. I remember the power cut, obviously, and while I was irate, I get that that's just life. It's at this moment that I see it. A little red 7 segment display in the corner of the room with the number 120 on it. Somehow my thermostat was running, and it had been putting me on full blast all night. My dumb brain, that must have been melting like a candle at that point, somehow pieces together that my house must have gotten hacked. I tried the door to my apartment. It won't budge. I know these doors aren't supposed to work this way, but the morons who built this place must have done something terribly wrong. I tried the balcony door again. It's still locked from before. Somehow, the bastards managed to brick my iPhone, so I can't call the apartment manager or the fire department. I could have tried to stick out the heat, but between my rage and the dehydration, it was getting pretty hard to stand. I didn't expect anyone to be stopping by soon either. As far as I see, I'm left with only one option. I pick up one of the chairs in my house and, lifting it overhead, slam it into the window. They're double-glazed windows, so it takes a solid few attempts, but by the time I'm through, I let my momentum carry me a bit too far. I topple over the railing on my 5th-floor balcony. I wasn't in much of a state to be terrified by it, but next thing I know, I wake up in the hospital. Fortunately, I've only got about 5,000 in medical expenses, but it'd take more than triple that to replace all the electronics in my apartment. I think I'll skip out on what I can. Nice. I love how it's mysterious and it's like super ironic, right? It's like, oh shit. Am I becoming a victim of my own bad habits? And I love like the ignorance too of somebody who's just like that kind of person that's like obviously, you know, like they think they're above the world because of the things that they know. So I love that. That's fucking dope. And he's just like, oh shit, and just falls out the window. That's great. I love it. Oh, that deserves a toke, brother. Yeah, man, sounds good. Thanks for stopping in, Levi. Thanks for sharing your story, bro. I gotta drop tomorrow. Okay, so the plan tomorrow is... It's always good, man. Yeah, so tomorrow, one of the plans is to put all my short stories onto the Google Docs. So if you want to read any of my short stories on stream, you could. I'll send you the link in Discord, and then you can just pull it up, and I'll have all my short stories on there. So if you ever want to read them, feel free, and I'll have them like categorized out by like my original ones, my edited ones, my speed runs, and my AI ones. Good content, right? And then you can use them for like comparisons and shit like that. Yeah. Peace.
It doesn't tell the reader what they're supposed to feel in that jungle. It also doesn't bring the setting to life. And reading is a form of escape, especially when it comes to fiction or story-based writing. Readers want to feel plunged into that place. They don't want just some cursory mention of where the characters are. So remember to fully describe your settings to give your readers the best experience possible and build your atmosphere. There's one component of description in particular that I want to talk about, and that's how to use the five senses to show atmosphere.
Perfect. Because this is one thing
humans experience the world around them is through the five senses.
that we've been
That's
missing.
a component of your atmosphere when you're describing your setting. What does that space sound like, smell like, feel like, taste like, look like? Now you don't need to use the five senses every time.
Yeah, and
but
just
you
cross
can
out the ones that you don't
about them.
need.
Here's an example of how you can use the five senses not only to describe your setting, but also to build your atmosphere. This is from In the Cover Deep by Brandy Balance. As Bianca looked out from the prayer room, the sea changed from brightest sapphire to a deep, unfathomable ink. Slowly, the room acquiesced to gaslight, a soft flicker here, an amber shadow there. The music swelled, and then the organist lightened his touch, taming the notes, slowing them, bringing tones that were both beautiful and holy. The waves rolled and the ship gently with it, rocked in the cradle of the deep. This setting from In the...
Yes, Boy, or Valium Boy. Wilds later. But this is a long stream, bro. We're gonna try to go for a 7-hour stream. So we're still at the very beginning of the stream. So we're going all day, bro. So we're good. What is the setting, the atmosphere for my book? can I do and something for you? Yes, feel free. What do you want to do, Valiant Boy? If you need me, I'm here. Yeah, man, sounds good. We got this. Believe! Believe, brother, believe!
Cover Deep has a peaceful atmosphere. Readers can feel what it's like to be there on that ship.
Oh, I was gonna say about like talking about the tones and stuff like that, specifically to do with music. That's what we were talking about basically today, earlier.
Yeah, shut up, we know. Always you and you, I though you was dead.
Yeah, didn't you die, Valiant Boy? I mean, if you really, really want to be a hero, you can run out into the streets and shout, "Join me and my brethren in writing grand
Revolution was
stories."
canceled. He survived.
Fuck. Well, this is a good way to get him down. We'll send him out, tell him to run out into the middle of the street, and yell for people to join the stream, and they will experience great writing, and great stories, and great adventures, and wonderfulness, all across, forever and always, as long as they don't speak English.
They can see the sunset on the ocean waters and hear the organist playing and feel the waves' movement. All of these senses are coming together to
Sorry, my
build
brother
this
of the Bod
atmosphere.
Brotherhood, the dictator
And something
survived.
would be
Well,
lost
screw.
if the author had stopped at just the sunset, or had only included the music. It's all of these things coming together that really creates that emotion within the reader, that really makes them feel at peace. While sight, what your setting looks like, is important because it is most humans' primary sense, often emotion is tied stronger to our other senses, especially
Touch
smell.
and
So
smell.
remember, when you're building atmosphere, sometimes what a place looks like is not going to do it. You need to include some of the other senses to really build that emotion. When describing your setting and building the atmosphere, ask yourself what each of the 5 senses is like there. You don't have to.
Oh, by the way,
include the
Valiant.
final description.
Valiant Boy, I changed the camera. Is the camera better now? Like, do you feel like it's overall better quality? Because I know I've been having issues with the FPS. So I went from 1080p to 720p with 60 FPS instead of 30 FPS. It's still like kind of, that interface is clean as fuck. Well, I just sized it up exactly the same. It's just, is it clearer? Can you tell? Like, I know what you mean. Yeah. So I think we're good. Cause I was like, damn, man, I really need to fix this shit. That's not horrible, bro. It's been bad. There's a millisecond delay. With like the sound. Yeah. There's always going to be some sort of issue like that, right? It is what it is.
But you, as the author,
Well, yeah, it's still going to, like, flare, right? Before it was pretty fucking bad. Song is perfect. No delay. I just mean, like, matching sounds to my mouth.
should know. So take a moment and think,
Roots and
what
cats
does
and
my
boots
main
and cats
setting
and
look
boots and
like?
cats and boots and cats
What
and
does it
boots and
sound
cats
like?
and boots and cats and
What does
boots
it
and cats
smell
and-
like? What might it taste like? And
You know how many FPS right now? Well, it says the camera's running at 60 FPS. Whereas before it was running at 30 FPS. So it's I don't know. But it's like it went from 1080p. Yeah, less than 60 is cursed, but it went from 1080p to 720p. Because it's a fucking piece of shit. So I was like, well, fuck. Is that going to change anything? But I mean, it doesn't look like it does. It just seems to have better FPS, so it's better response when I'm talking fast. And when I'm moving and shit. Doesn't look as retarded.
Especially, what does it feel like? Often when people describe the emotion of the place, they describe how it feels. Sometimes this is touch, sometimes it's more of the emotional component, but that's something to pay attention to when you are trying to craft your atmosphere. Do they feel...
Well, I said that because I download OBS yesterday to start streaming soon, I hope, but I'm trash on all about PC elements, etc. I mean, same here, Valiant Boy, and holy shit, I am, yes, start streaming, bro. Yes, start streaming. Join the community of streamers like me and Levi and Rowan and Hellish Mist. Then we gotta get Muffin streaming too, dude. We gotta get everyone streaming. Dude, you should, okay, go back and like look at my, and this wasn't even like the beginning, but if like you go back and you look at my oldest streams, this is what we started as. And I want to play Rise. This is when I was playing my Gladiator in PoE 1. But like the sound is horrible. And it's like the amount that I talk, I'm just literally sitting there like AFK. Because I was just like literally just getting comfortable with streaming. And it's like I will go like an entire hour without saying anything. I know barely nothing on OBS. I just start and doing settings like on hour. Yeah. And I have like no chat overlay. Literally the only thing I set up was the camera. I don't have any sound settings set up. I don't have anything set up. But like this is like literally this is how I started out. This is all you need. And then I played PoE forever. And like look, I'm not talking. At all. And when I am, like, you can't even hear what I'm saying. Yeah, I still gotta do, like, completely new to this shit, so I still gotta, like, on my other PC, I have the chat overlays and everything set up. I just can't remember how to do it, and I'm too lazy. I'm literally talking about it! I was originally just streaming on Kick. Content purposes. 167%! What? 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 167%? And then if you go up to like, let's say 3 months ago, when we were playing RuneScape, oh, I'm writing. So this was the very beginning of writing. This is when I was figuring out. This is when I'm writing the first draft of chapter 1. That's the missing 2%. What the fuck, Valiant Boy? That's the missing 2%. That's 169% combined. What the fuck? That's so crazy. That's insane. Well, we're way too powerful for this place. Obviously. Kind of thing. The shit with OBS is fucking pissing me off. Oh, it was like frame dropping and shit. It was so annoying. We still wear the same thing pretty much though, right? It's my Rick and Morty hoodie. It's like literally perfect. Hot. Frontline melee is run in for skill chain. Second line battle mages prepare for magic burst of earth. Damn, man. And then like we're playing fucking Warcraft. When Warcraft Remastered came out. And now look, I have a chat overlay. Doubling 0, is that much? No, it's not. Fuck! Okay, yeah, no, I have to restart. There's no way. Fuck, man. Okay, I can't take it's only been like 3 or 5 months, but it's so nostalgic to look back and be like, look how much the stream has evolved. And like how much more knowledge I have about like the actual streamer side of streaming in just that short amount of time. 54K. Damn. 23,000. Fuck, I'm weak. Third try. Third time's a charm. And then we're playing RuneScape. Then we... Waba20, cheap viewers, on 8 followers, how are you? Always with the bots. Oh, bots. Okay, so I will wrote whatever. That never happens on Kick, but it does happen on Twitch. I'll tell you that. And even like 2 months ago, like a month before you started, like you got here, Valiant Boy. Like after I put, where's like literally the day. Yeah, this is the day that I put the posters up. This is the day, where's Midoriya? And then here I put Midoriya in there. And then eventually we put the sword in there. So it's like we're just like slowly expanding. And then we have the starting soon screen with Asuna's tits. Like, we're doing pretty good. We got 211 videos. And look, our shorts are actually like landing places. If I go to like my videos and I go to like my analytics, it's like, look at the spike in views. This is the day that I uploaded my shorts. Look at the spike in views. Make shorts. Make a YouTube channel and do shorts. I think when you stop writing for a while on the stream. I mean, I don't always write. I mean, I do need a break every now and then from that. I like learning things too and playing video games. I think when you stop writing for a while on the stream, you lose a lot of points. Yeah, you have to be consistent. That's how RNG is. If you're not consistent, RNG will fuck with you and you'll roll 0s and 10s. But people watch these for about 10 or 15 seconds, which isn't bad, considering, you know, we have like data that we can work with and be like, okay, which one of these shorts, you know, did the best? Well, obviously this one's at 64 views, which is March 3rd. So let's look at the March 3rd short. What's on this short that makes it interesting? Okay, we're gonna leave here, and we're just gonna go back to the channel, and we're gonna go shorts March 3rd. So something about this makes people watch this more than other things. This is my Jin Dahad fight. We're like one frame away from getting it off, but we can't freaking get the goddamn ability off. Sound? Jesus, that's fucking loud.
Kick him right in the balls. Right in the dick.
Okay, now we know how to charge it. So Monster Hunter Wilds apparently does pretty good.
Oh man, we didn't get the mount. That sucks.
Oh, we're fighting Otakeiron!
What the fuck? It's got like a. This is like a fucking Elden Ring boss. This is insane. Ooh, the damage is real. Damn, I shouldn't have done that because I wasn't powered up. But he's dead either way. Fuck it. GG. At least I fought it with the switch axe in the beta, so I'm kind of used to fighting it with the switch axe.
Arkveld! You probably did it too soon.
Yo, bro.
But yeah, this looks like this entire thing is just a marathon of me playing Monster Hunter. Hey, Valiant Boy, look, you joined my stream.
Wait, did you just do what I think you did, Valiant Boy?
Yeah, this is you showing your supremacy as God,
That guy who just,
banning
who
them.
just hooded the bot?
1 month, brother!
You fucking tried!
Nice.
You fucking tried! Oh
He tried to re-roll. Oh, Valiant, that's hilarious that this you have a trend. You have a trend. That's so crazy.
Remember, you can't say
That the random video that I pick is also you rolling really high and then rolling really fucking low. And 1 month, that's fucking crazy, bro.
Comfortable there. Do your characters feel anxious?
You
in
see
that
the
space?
clips?
How do
What clips? Clips where? My clips, all I do. On Kick or on Twitch? Because it says I have no clips on Kick. Why does it say I have no clips?
like there's just way more.
Oh, all time.
Like that. That's too bad.
Oh, the Clash.
I need to do that tomorrow. I need to remember.
So we got this one on Twitch that we did yesterday that we did a complete fail with because we didn't know how to clip it. So we re-clipped it with... We go here, we go here. This.
Well, let's do this. Boom! Dive straight into it and fucking.
You can't see it, so it's like he does his ultimate attack, and you're supposed to hide behind this thing. So I instantly look up,
Okay, well let's
shoot
let's
it,
do this.
and then dive. And the other guy dies because he's running over there. You can see him. See, he's right there? And I'm like, boom, dive. He dies. I'm completely saved. Dive straight into it and fucking... But I couldn't clip it, so I was just replaying it over top of it. So it was kind of like bullshit. But it is what it is. But yeah. Building atmosphere.
People who are there feel.
Bro, you can do
That's
some
what
crazy moves on Monster
makes
Hunter.
sense
Yup.
to build your
Monster Hunter's the shit, bro.
atmosphere.
That's
Next, I
astonishing.
want to share an editor's advice for choosing your atmosphere. When building the atmosphere of your story, think about your genre and your reader's expectations.
I will create a Discord. Oh, that's a good
While
idea.
Every atmospheric moment in your story doesn't
To
need
talk
be tied
together.
to this.
Yes.
The overall atmosphere does to a certain extent. There
Private.
are lots of different
'Kay.
kinds of mysteries. A cozy mystery reader is reading for the mystery and the cozy atmosphere.
I need to
So
show you
if
so
your
many things.
atmosphere
Yes.
leans too
Thank you,
far
Valiant Boy.
towards suspense
Tomorrow.
or thriller type of mystery, you're
Tomorrow.
going to
Or
lose
after
those
the
cozy
stream. I don't
mystery
know. I've been
readers.
up forever, but whatever.
Some
After when the
readers
stream's done, it'll be like a
need that
19-hour
emotional
day.
component of the setting, even if they don't realize that's what they're looking for. So think about what subgenre your story might fall.
Well, the main genre is adventure, and then the subgenre is intrigue, mystery, and history. As well as, like, underlying themes of, again, like, since they're adventures, like camaraderie, loss, affection, the changing of the world.
Fall into and try and heighten that aspect of your atmosphere. Then also think about where the scene you're describing is taking place in your story. If it's at your character's lowest moment, you probably don't want a happy-go-lucky atmosphere. If it's at a moment
Like Zaid. The atmosphere around Zaid. It's like the Hollow. I'm thinking of a way to describe like the color. The Hollow Amber Haze. The Hollow Amber Haze. Consumed the path that lay before them, spitting it in their faces. As if the toil of it was some circus. So like what kind of atmosphere do you think this sentence specifically builds? The hollow amber haze consumed the path that lay before them, spitting it in their faces as if the toil of it was some circus. Because to me that's like it's like the emptiness of it, and it's like before, and this is coming back to the tree, and this is like standing in front of the path that leads to the Adventurers Guild. And it's like it's like the insanity of it, because it's like a circus. It's like someone's pulling a prank. And it's like spitting in their faces in the idea of it's like this was a decision that they made and this outcome is directly deposited by them. You're fucked up. Look at my points. 18,000 points. Look at my points. That's not artificial, by the way. That's just because I'm the streamer and I'm here all the fucking time. Every 5 minutes you get 69. That means I've been here 1,000 minutes. That's not even that much time. 1,000 minutes? Bro, do this accent? Wait, what? What accent? Did you just buy... Wait, did I miss it? Did you just buy a thing? God damn it! I did not see it. I need to fix that because... Oh my god, I need to fix it because it's supposed to have a picture that comes up on the screen of the brown. And then I know to say the brown. I did not see it. There's no notification. There's no nothing. It is just in there. So yes, no, you are very true. I was supposed to use the brown. So let's use the brown for this. We say, the hollow amber haze consumed the path that laid before them, spitting in their faces as if the toil of it was some circus. And then you very much so go near where you need to be, buddy guy. Don't you worry about it. Do hood get an accent? Who's a hood get an accent? I don't know what you're talking about, buddy guy, but my accent is definitely not what you think it is. You're the best. All right, thank you very much, Varium boy. We can get very excited with it, but you know how it is. We can change it tone up and down. It is the way that it goes, the way that you roll your tongue when you talk like the brown. It is the way that we are. But if you look at down like the hollow amber haze, right? Look at the hollow as in like empty, the amber haze, which is usually like the bright, like the way it would be introduced the first time they were like coming back to the guild would be like the pluming hue of crimson on fire dictated the blooming hue of crimson on fire lit the auditorium with spectral figures of dancing shadows as the waves of the lava at the base of the tree bubbled and frothed, creating a dynamic waving mixture of orange from the lava and the bright yellow of the sun above, colliding together to create a majestic collision of beauty. Okay, that is a much longer intro, of course, but it is like a very, very uptight, like the pluming hue. It's very, very purplish, right? It's above, it's popping, and then there is another clip creator. Oh no, what have I done? Oh dear God, no. You need to do the same thing on Twitch. If you're going to make a clip on Kick, make the same clip on Twitch. That's the only way to do it. Otherwise, it is not of equal, and I need to go back and forth, and I need to figure it out, but it is okay. but it is also the feeling of like this auditorium with like a spectral figures of dancing shadows. It seems very lonely. That is the feeling. So it's like it's a popping in color, like it should be very vibrant, right? But unfortunately, because of the way that Husai sees himself, it is a very lonely tone, and in the way that it is right now, you get this feeling almost of emptiness, of like ghosts walking through the streets. So this is another foreshadowing idea that I have. Average, if this is an average Indian accent, or this is not a pro Indian, this isn't some why do I want to say Russell Brand? It is not Russell Brand. What is his name? Who is the Russell? The Russell. Russell Peters. It is the Russell Peters. Somebody gonna get hurt real bad. Somebody gonna get hurt real bad. Not going to say who. But I think you know him very well. Somebody gonna get hurt real bad. It is not been 5 minutes yet. You redeemed the 5-minute token and then you complain that I don't say the 5-minute token, and now at the 5-minute token not up, you want me to stop? Yes, I talked to Brown for 5 minutes. It was the 37 and now it is, or it was the wait, no, it was 36 and now it is there 1 more minute. Fuck math, I can't do math. Fuck numbers. It was like 36, 20 or something like that, and now it is 40. It has only been 4.5 minutes. Time goes very slow when we speak into Brown. Bro, LMAO, I buy 3 times, not 15 minutes. Oh god, you buy 3 times? No, we definitely need to go for 15 minutes. We go to 15 minutes, bro. We need to perfect the Brown accent. It is good within certain ranges, but when we get outside of those ranges, it is not within the practice. 1 is 5 minutes, yes. 1 redeem is 5 minutes. Me speaking to Brown. Wait, don't you touch that Japanese one, man. Could you imagine the overlap? Everything I say, I must go to Google Translate to Japanese in order to say. And I'm not, one stipulation I want to add is I am not allowed to type down what I am speaking. I must just type what I speak, not speak what I type, if you know what I mean. But at some point it is very hard to hold up with the very same thing when you go after rails like that. You are thinking more about what you say than how you say it. So do you want me to continue on for another 10 minutes, even though technically we will be more...
Racism XD.
But it's like... It's one of those things where it's like, it's an appreciation. Like, I love the Brown accent, just like I love the Asian accent, but I can't do an Asian accent. But I can do the Brown accent. At least people have told me that I think I can do the Brown accent, and if you think you can, and you do it, and it is, don't holy brother. No, holy brother. Bro, it is a very hard thing to say. I know that very much so. It is a go up in smoke, as they say, you know. It is a very bubble way. Bye boy, bye. We not know where it go not. Boom, bye. Pop. That is how we say it. You can talk like Hood Ghetto's accent. I don't know what a Hood Ghetto's accent is compared to what another accent is. I just know what me and my buddy guys will do at the mill in the old days for the Brown American block. It's I'm Canadian, bro. This is like the Indo-Canadian accent. I don't know if you know that, but it is definitely the Indo-Canadian. Very much, it talks racist. It is not. It is very much so appreciation. I am not doing it to make fun of brown people. I am doing it to praise brown people. Because I absolutely love the accent and the way that they talk. It's because their language is very poetic on its own, and I would love to one day, if I ever, like, I would need to learn Japanese first, but if I was to learn a third language, it would be Hindi. Long live for everyone. Exactly. 420 forever. Fuck. It's destroying my throat, though. Holy shit. Maybe I can't do 15 minutes, Valiant Boy. You did waste your points. Fuck you, Valiant Boy. Yabada Badu! Shh. Okay.
Moment where your reader and your characters get a breather, and finally something works out, you probably don't want the atmosphere to have this really intense feeling of foreboding yet. Now, you might also do the opposite. If you're trying to create something that's ironic or go against
Don't do worry. Don't do this 15
you might
minutes.
put the atmosphere at odds with their mood. For example, if you have a...
It's more for other people, Valiant Boy, for engagement, for funny stuff. But if you did get a clip out of it, that's fucking
can be really
hilarious.
interesting and create some great opportunities for humor. In that instance, the atmosphere and the character are
Yeah, I
at
know.
odds with one another, but it still works for your book.
Maybe it shouldn't be 5 minutes, but whatever.
But it depends on your story. The emotional impact of your story is vital to its success.
God damn it! I did not see it. I need to fix that because... Oh my god, I need to fix it because it's supposed to have a picture that comes up on the screen of the brown. And then I know to say the brown. I did not see it. There's no notification. There's no nothing. It is just in there. So yes, no, you are very true. I was supposed to use the brown. So let's use the brown for this. We say, the hollow amber haze consume... You're fucking amazing, Valium. Oh my god. I need to have this thing up so I can clip shit on Twitch. That's really annoying. Is there like a chat command to clip for Twitch?
There's a saying.
I need that
says,
chat
"People
command
might
if there
forget
is."
What you say or do, but they will never forget how you made them feel. This is true for books. A reader might forget your character's name, or they might forget what exactly happened, but they're not going to forget the way that book made them feel. And that emotional component might be the reason they recommend it to their friends. That's why you want to think about the atmosphere when you're revising and crafting.
Why is it
your
not
stories.
working?
So, how do you build...
Wait, why is it not working? I'm so confused. What's going on? Where is it? Wait. Why isn't it coming up on my end? Wait, is it coming up on your end? What? It's supposed to play this. Where is it? Okay, that's the image. It's supposed to play this.
Thank you for redeeming chair dance. Itox will now dance for you. Please fully enjoy this immersive experience. Keep dancing, bitch, it ain't over yet. Itox seizure. You did good, you can rest now, babe. Thank you for redeeming chair dance. Itox will now dance for you. Please fully...
Yeah, it's supposed to play that. I don't know why it's fucking not. What happened? Why did it break? Dog seizure. Yeah, I know, right? Oh my god. I don't know what. Okay, there's some shit I gotta fix tomorrow, man. We'll figure it out.
Here in your writing. Share it in the comments below. And for more videos on the emotional component of your story,
Okay, so that's
and other
just-
aspects of writing, subscribe.
Just the song was so low? Oh, really? It was really loud to me. Maybe that was just on my end. Well, we'll have to fix that. We have one more video to watch. How to write a strong atmosphere. %140%. 159%, bitch! But I'm 29,889, bitch! Get on your knees! You might be able to take me on, but I am definitely stronger. Ha! 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 You can try and power up all you wish, good sir. You will never, All right. More tips on
Hey everyone,
atmosphere.
I'm Shaylin here with Reedsy, and today let's talk about creating atmosphere in your writing. Atmosphere is definitely one of...
I went from I was beating you out, and then you re-rolled, and then I re-rolled, and I rolled to 10,591, which is basically pretty much the lowest. And then I was like, oh, let's change the subject. He doesn't need to see that. He doesn't need to see my power level.
my favorite techniques or components of a story, so I'm really excited to talk about it today. Before we jump into the actual tips, I do think it would be good to make a distinction here, and that's the difference between atmosphere and tone. These words are often used interchangeably, but they mean different things. One can definitely affect the other, but there is a distinction. So today we're going to be talking about atmosphere. Atmosphere is the feeling, emotion, or mood that the story evokes. When people say that a story was very atmospheric, they tend to mean that it was immersive, that there was a strong feeling attached to it, a strong sense of place. Tone is the story's view towards itself. You could have the same story with the same events, with a serious tone versus a satirical tone. So we're not going to be talking about how to create tone in this video, we're going to be focusing on atmosphere, but tone definitely plays a role in atmosphere, and
Yeah, the tone of the book is like, it doesn't take itself seriously. No, it's not Japanese accent. It's I have to speak Japanese. So I have to literally, whatever I'm gonna say, I have to basically put into Google Translate and then translate it into Romaji. No, like an Asian accent is way different than like actually speaking Japanese. I can't do an Asian accent. Like, I'm terrible at it. You want the perfect... Yeah, with the text translator. Yeah, legit. That's what I would have to do. Or I would just say, Nani? Doshitemasu ka? Ore wa? Wakaranai. Ii o tenki desu. The most basic Japanese I fucking know. O genki desu ka? Watashi wa Sakoto desu. Hajimemashite. Stream o wakarimasu. You will add some sound effect to buy on shop. It will be awesome. Yeah, it's just so basic right now. I just wanted to like get the idea out there though, because I knew no one would use it but you.
Choose your word choice.
And then we could figure it out.
Diction is a really, really important aspect of Atmosphere.
And
I
add
think it
like
might be
hype.
the most so
How
for
would I
example,
do hype? Explain to me how I would do hype. I don't understand. Okay, what is that macro? Like, what's the text for that emoji? Hold on. I think I can do this. Sol Mal Aura. Son all or re hype. Don't know, I saw that on another stream, but you can do what you want with Botrix functions. Just to be cool for the future. Yeah, but okay, what I'm trying to say is, do you want like this to happen, for instance? Like when you type whoops. When you type it, is this what you want to happen? But with those emotes. Is that what you want? Like is that what you want? Emotes to pop up on the screen when you do hype. So if you do hype, then Botrix does all of those emotes. Okay, how do I get this emote? Because it won't let me use it. You didn't add, but that's an example. Well, I need to add the emote, but I don't know what the emote is, because it's, like, I'll show you, like, in the chat, right? If I want an emote, I go like this, and it shows me a list of emotes, right? But if I go to your emote, it says Smarlery Hype or whatever. So, like, I don't... And if I copy and paste it, it just does that. So I don't know how... Like, I don't know where you're getting these emotes from, but I don't have them. Like, this is all I have. So, if I had those emotes, I would have done that already. But I don't know how to get the emotes.
Say that you were describing a tree. Here's the same description with two.
Okay, well let's do this as an exercise, guys. Let's do the description of a tree. Okay, perfect. I found that's fire. I'm not quite sure. Goon. Oh, goon. You were trying to goon. Okay, that makes sense. Okay, so let's look at these two paragraphs. The branches hung as if the weight of time had crushed them, their leaves a memory. The grimy amber-sapped mouth gaped where the limb was severed. Now it stares into the abyss, a reminder of a time when hope still hung in the air. And then the branches reached proudly outwards in defiance of their nature. They stretched to the sky as if to call it down upon them. The rich bark gleamed on the lonely branches where the new buds of spring were beginning to grow. Let's see what her two things about a tree are.
Two very different atmospheric qualities affected only by the word choice. A tree with a spiderweb of gnarled branches jutted against the horizon. An abandoned bird's nest hung from one of its withered limbs. It's a little spooky, it's a little creepy, and if this kind of description, this kind of diction were carried through longer, it could create a very creepy atmosphere. But we could contrast it with the description of the same tree written like this. A tree with a lace of fine branches bloomed against the horizon. A bird's nest sat cradled in one of the boughs. This is the same description description. I did leave out that the bird's nest was abandoned, kind of threw off the vibe that I was going for with that one, but it really is ultimately the same description, the same details, affected only by the word choice. Number 2, use proper names that fit the atmosphere. Character names, as well as the proper names given to places, can actually have a huge effect on both the atmosphere and the tone of a piece. Now, this is definitely one of those cases.
Like, always calling the palace by its name and never actually calling it a palace. The crystalline tree, since it doesn't have a name, that is its technical proper name, but it's usually called the tree. Dungeons. Dungeons are always, like, the word itself just instantly sets the tone of it. And then it's like, okay, well, what type of dungeon? Are we talking, like, fantasy, like, mythical type, like, magical dungeon? Or are we talking, like, a structured dungeon, like a castle? A building of some kind? Maybe buried underground, like a pyramid being searched for the first time or something like that. So it'd be like when you're in Ifrit, instead of saying inside the town, saying it's inside of Ifrit, inside of the tree, inside of the guild hall for the Adventurers Guild.
Cases where we're talking a little more about tone, but it's going to affect the atmosphere quite greatly. The types of proper names that you choose can really have a big effect on the tone of a piece and therefore on its atmosphere. Giving characters very familiar names can create more of a sense of grounded realism in a piece, whereas giving them stranger, almost fantastical names can give the story a more whimsical quality. In the novel,
that's why it's like a kind of like approach in the middle there with like Husai, Varius, Friviska, Destura, Avalard, Zaid, Sid, Walker, Yap, Hildebrandt, Victor and Matthew, because that's the name of the original monarch and viceroy. But I want their names to be so normal that they're out of scope for the book, right? So giving them names like Matthew and Victor, which are very like normal type names, could like it just gives a grounding feeling of where they originated from and where they're going, and that gives, I think, like a grounding feeling for the reader to be like, this is a story that I could be living, you know, or I could be the past of this story.
Mine by Alexandra Kleeman. The three main characters go by the names A, B, and C, which creates this kind of surreal quality to the story. You can do the same thing with the proper names of places. Everything from streets, to restaurants, to the name of a park, to the name of a town. If you use proper names that are quite offbeat and strange or quirky, it creates a very different tone to the story than, again, if you go for more...
Something like the, this is a good one. Surveyor's Pass. I'm fucking adding that to the map. Surveyor's Pass. And that's literally what the name of the market is in the beginning. Right here. This area, which is like, this needs to be switched around somehow. Like, this is supposed to be inside of that. So this is like an outward representation of what would be inside the walls of the castle. So it's like you come out here, and it's like this building here is the guild hall. The rest of it is like markets and farms and everything. So the very beginning entrance here, tree entrance to Ifrit, because I didn't have a name for it. So we're going to call it Surveyor's Pass. . . Nice. I like that. How do I save this bitch again? Where is save? There's save. So yeah, I guess that's one thing I don't have is like I have a proper name for the city, but I don't have the streets that go through the city, right? That's a pretty big thing to have for like mapping purposes.
Pro number 3, use all of the senses. This is a classic tip
Yep.
for writing description.
Always
and it's so
use
important for
every
creating
sense.
atmosphere. When people talk about books with strong atmosphere, one of the most common words they use is immersive. People say this story was immersive. And one of the key ways to immerse readers in your setting is to use all of the senses in your description. A lot of the time, readers kind of stop at just the visuals, but there's so much more that you can unpack from an image than just what the character is seeing. Sound is a great quality to introduce into your writing. It's very rare that we find ourselves in a place of absolute total silence. So introducing sound into your description really adds a quality of life. As well, taste, smell, and touch are senses that are often neglected in a description of just setting. If you're describing a scene by the ocean, everything from the feeling of cold slipping under a character's collar to the taste of salt and brine in the air, these really bring the reader into the setting in a very tactile way and make it very atmospheric. Number 4, think about your color palette. This is one of my absolute favorite tips for creating atmosphere. It works really well in just a short story where you're probably only going to visit limited settings, but even in a longer novel, it's really useful to think about the color palette of your novel. When you think about your novel, what colors do you seem to see in a lot of the imagery? My current novel project,
Blues, oranges, reds, lots of fire and water, very contrasting to each other, and like bright yellows, and yeah, very vibrant, Yellow Brick Road style.
is set in a logging town in the woods. So there's a lot of green. I always envision the sky as gray. Try to narrow in on your color palette and use those colors throughout your description. You don't have to just describe the colors directly.
I
If you
test a
like
thing.
your
Go
book
ahead,
has a very
Valiant
blue
Boy.
color palette, you might use specific shades of blue in your description.
A
versus
ban
describing
word.
the sky as a certain shade
We
of
don't
blue. But you might
need
also just use
Valiant Boy. We don't need ban words because what if somebody wrote a story that contains that word? I don't want them getting flagged for a story that they're writing, and if it is a person intending to see if it deleted immediately.
Number 5, tie descriptions
It
to
generally
your character's
does.
emotion. Such an important part of atmosphere isn't just that there's a strong sense of place, but that
Yeah, like the emotional feeling that something like there leaves a memory now stares into the abyss versus reached proudly outwards, rich bark gleamed, beginning to grow. It's like the start of something new, whereas the other one is the end of something old. Minors. Why would you ban minors? That's like,
there's a strong
what?
feeling attached to it. It's really important to not just think about what the character is seeing, but also what
Okay.
the character is feeling and how that's going to impact how they see the
when I
world.
add some
The character
ban words
standing
and
kind of on
someone
a
wrote
cliffside
them,
with the ocean,
one of
this
them,
could be
it
very
works.
gross and lonely.
Don't add
It could
ban
be kind of,
words.
like, violent and menacing if the ocean is really stormy, or it could be really peaceful, kind of a tranquil moment for the character. You could
I
really
don't
describe
know
this
what
exact
happens.
same
I don't
setting
care
with
what
a lot of different
happens.
emotions, depending on what your character is currently feeling. Go back to the first tip in this video and choose your diction really carefully in order to evoke the emotion that your character is feeling through the setting. There is a line here between using the setting to evoke emotion
If there's a
and pathetic
banned
fallacy,
word-
which can become melodramatic. Pathetic fallacy is when the natural world takes on human
It
qualities
should go to a
and
moderator.
it can
You're a
become
moderator.
melodramatic if a character
So if
is
you say a
sad
banned
and
word,
really hit with an overload of imagery,
It
like
works.
the sky was
You're
raining,
allowed to say
you don't
banned
need to
words because you're a
explicitly
moderator.
describe the natural
I'm allowed to
world.
say banned words because I'm the
In
streamer.
a lot of cases, you can just use word choices
Normal
that
people
accurately
can't.
reflects the character's
So you would, in order to test
Number
it,
6 is to
you
use
would have to
specific
like make a
details.
second
I've said it
account that's
once,
not
I've said it more
a-
than once. I'll say it again. Specific
a
details
moderator.
are such an
Because if you
integral
ban the
part of
word
this
and then you
complex.
say it, it's not,
I've done an entire
it's gonna
video on
work
using
because you
specific
said
details,
it.
so I'll leave a link to that
But if
in
you
the
have a banned
description.
word and someone
We'll
else
talk
says
a
it,
little
it
more
should
about
pop
the
up
technique, but
like
essentially you
for
wanna
you
choose
as a mod
specific
saying that
details
someone
rather
said a
than
bad
just
word, do you want to
painting a
allow
very
it?
broad stroke. Remember, the details that you choose can have a huge impact on
At
the
least that's how it
outcome
works
of
on
the post.
Twitch.
Just like might choose words to describe a setting in an emotionally accurate way. You can also pick out setting details.
4 hour,
that are
13-minute
accurate to the
stream
feelings you
now.
want to evoke. Which details you
Eh,
decide to plant in the setting.
it is what it
and also
is.
which details your character
We're not even
picks
through
up
the
on.
third video. We're not even through the setting of atmosphere, let alone the Reddit stories. Let alone Monster Hunter.
This is more on the rusted bike sitting on the lawn. This is going to give a different impression than if a character is describing the same house but notes that the windows are shiny as diamonds. There's something kind of sad about a rusted bike abandoned on someone's dead lawn. There's a lot of connotations of kind of loss of innocence or the abandonment of childhood. We think of a bike as something we rode around as kids, but there's a lot of kind of thematic connotations there. You could put that kind of detail in any given description of any given house, and it would evoke something quite specific. It's really useful when you're looking for specific details to do research. Instead of just saying that there was a flower bed, look up types of flowers and say what kind of...
That's what we were doing at the beginning of the stream. Music theory lessons, because one of our characters is a bard, and he's a singer, and he's kind of like the Shakespeare of his time. He makes plays, poems, songs, and he changes and reperforms other people's old works and stuff like that to make them his own kind of idea. But he's very, like, his personality is very around the fact that he's a bard. So he's a very, like, eccentric, out-of-the-way personality who absolutely, like, loves talking about things and creating things.
Flowered. Looking at photographs can also be really useful to pick out specific details that you wouldn't otherwise notice when you're just trying to...
Change? Why would you change? It's not yet. We'll be playing Wilds in a bit.
Go off
We
your
still need to do
imagination.
some Reddit
Practice
stories,
number
though.
7 is to use sentence length and sentence rhythm. Now, of course, you do want to vary your sentence length throughout a piece, but in certain given paragraphs, you can really use that to evoke certain feelings.
Well, that's kind of what we did here. If you look, the first one, branches hung as if the weight of time had crushed them, their leaves a memory. And then it's a really, really, really long sentence. The grimy amber sapped mouth gaped where the limb was severed. Now it stares into the abyss, a reminder of a time when hope still hung in the air. Whereas with this one, branches reach proudly outwards in defiance of their nature. There's no, like, short sentence to set a tone. It's just, it carries on. They stretch into the sky as if to call it down upon them. The rich bark gleamed. So it's like, this added their leaves a memory. Not even a complete sentence. Just thrown in there. The rest of them pretty short aside from the end. And it's like, that variation, I think, gives off such good vibes.
Short, choppy sentences feel kind of uncomfortable sometimes.
Yep.
If you throw in a couple
Yep, that's the whole point. That's the whole point.
Jarring compared to a very long flowing sentence, which might be a little more relaxing. So to summarize, atmosphere is the feeling that a story evokes. And there are essentially two ways to create it. Through what you say and how you say it. You can create atmosphere through specific and precise word choice, including even the proper names of a place, along with your sentence rhythm. But you can also create it through the details that you choose, the way you integrate all of the senses into a description, and the colors and emotions that you tie throughout a piece. So that's how to create atmosphere in your writing. Thank you so much for watching. Remember to subscribe and turn on...
Okay. Next. Working retail in a fantasy world sucks. Ooh. Dead in my studio apartment. The orb. Ooh. Good day to everybody. Stay high, blessed, and enjoy. What was that? Just you being you, Valiant Boy? I love it. That's your pinned message. See, now you're thinking, bro. Now you're thinking. I never thought about a pinned message. You should do the same thing on Twitch. That's super smart. Okay, where is this? I'm going to bring this back. Because now we're reading. Not watching anything, so we can have some background music. Working retail in a fantasy world sucks. The line at Starbucks of the Gilded Veil was already a nightmare. Stretching past the self-checkout cauldrons and into the mortal plane. The flickering crystal lights buzzed with barely contained magical energy, and the espresso machines hissed like trapped steam elementals. Just for good vibes. Yeah, man. I like it. To all guys who come on stream. Sounds good, man. See, this is why you're my fucking god, Valiant Boy. You know everything. Behind the counter, Gibbs, an underpaid and over-caffeinated goblin, adjusted his ill-fitting green apron and tried not to think about how his shift had 7 more hours to go. He'd already dealt with an orc who tried to pay in battle trophies and a vampire who insisted on an Oathblood latte. Then the elf walked in. Not just any elf, a highborn lunar elf, dressed in flowing celestial silks with cheekbones so sharp they could cut through the corporate bureaucracy itself. He drifted up to the counter, radiating the kind of arrogance that only comes from living for 800 years and still thinking retail workers are beneath you. Gibbs sighed. Welcome to Starbucks. What can I get for you today? The elf wrinkled its nose, like he'd just been offended by the concept of labor. Yes, you there. Require an Eldritch Ambrosia. Gildritz blinked. A what now? The elf exhaled dramatically as if explaining himself was an act of charity. You do serve it, correct? It's a drink of exquisite refinement, composed of void-cracking ink, liquid starlight, and a whisper of shattered fairy wings. Gibbs rubbed his temples. Buddy, we got pumpkin spice, cold brew, and whatever that mystery syrup in the back is. You ain't getting no liquid starlight in a paper cup. The elf gave him a look normally reserved for peasants who dared to breathe near his estate. I do not drink from paper. I require it in a chalice, ideally carved from the fang of an elder dragon. Gibbs stared at him, then he turned to the line of exhausted commuters, a troll tapping away on a laptop and a fairy mumbling about being late for her shift. He looked back at the elf. Sir, he said slowly, we have cups. You can have a cup. The elf's eye twitched, but it must be stirred counterclockwise, lest the detestable fabric of my lest it destabilize the fabric of my fate. There you go, Valiant Boy. Hell yeah. Get it up there. Gibbs picked up a spoon, stirred the empty air clockwise exactly once, and slapped it on the counter. Boom. Consider fate established. Or fate stabilized. The elf sniffed, displeased. You clearly don't understand. Fine. I shall have a triple shot lunar infused espresso with starfire orchid petals for a single drop of frost bloom pollen, lightly dusted with obsidian rose petals infused with... You're getting a black coffee, Gibbs interrupted, already punching it into the register. The elf gasped. You dare! Gibbs did not get paid enough for this. Do you want room for cream, or are you going to write a poem about how that ruins the delicate cosmic balance of your drink? The elf clutched his chest like he'd been personally attacked. I shall take it black, as it is meant to be. Gibbs handed him the cup. That'll be 5 crowns. The elf sniffed, reached into his velvet coin pouch, and slammed down a single ancient gold coin bearing the face of a long-forgotten king. This should cover it. Gibbs held up the coin. We don't take artifacts. The elf groaned and begrudgingly handed over the money. He took his cup, sipped it, then closed his eyes in deep dramatic suffering. This, he whispered, tastes like regret. Gibbs leaned on the counter. Yep, welcome to Starbucks. I like it. Oh, that's great. As a retail worker, yep. It's literally, people want the most ridiculous fucking shit. I saw this thing here. Said it was $3. Ma'am, that's a 72-inch TV. But the sign right there says $3. Ma'am, that sign says chocolate bars are $3. What? Chocolate bars are $3 fucking dollars? Yeah, buddy guy. And that's not including tax. Welcome to fucking life. Studio apartment is hardly a glamorous place to die, but I don't suppose I had any choice in the matter. Nor did I really have any way of preventing a brain aneurysm from claiming my life in my sleep. The one consolation is that I at least got to die peacefully in my sleep, as I always hoped I would. My soul currently hangs over my bed above my lifeless corpse, and I can hear nothing besides the sounds of late-night New York City traffic. I'm relieved to see that heaven is real after all, but it appears that the line to enter is much like the DMV. Except if there was only one office and the whole world had to go through it. I've been waiting for 6 days for entry into the afterlife, all the while being obligated to accompany my body as it slowly shifts through the decomposition process. Wow, 12 p.m., 1 hour 30, talking with you. Hell yeah, dude, time flies when you're having fun. Let's go, boys. For the first 24 hours, there wasn't much action. My phone buzzed a handful of times with messages from group chats and spam emails, and it rang one time, although it was just a spam call. However, this wasn't out of the ordinary for a Sunday. Monday and Tuesday didn't differ. I had begun to get very bored and slightly anxious. However, I knew that hermiting away for a couple of days wasn't out of the ordinary for me. Wednesday brought no change, much to my surprise. Don't get me wrong, I wasn't the much popular person on the block, but I figured 3 days of no contact with the outside world would cause a bit of a stir. Besides, my body was becoming more unsettling to look at, and I was hoping someone would find me sooner rather than later. 3 more days passed with no change. I could start to see the daylight fade and Friday night start to bring the noise and rickousness it usually paints the streets with. Reggaeton music and the sounds of people laughing spilled out from a bar along the street. But inside my 4 walls it remained silent. My body, bloated and discolored, stared straight up into my point of view. 4 missed calls, 11 text messages, 3 emails, but no change in the scenery of the apartment. I began to replay my life back, how many people I had met, how many impressions I had left on the world, and started to wonder if I had done enough to warrant a quicker investigation into my disappearance. I had always tried to be a kind soul, to give more than I had taken, and to treat others how they wanted to be treated, but my trip down memory lane was interrupted by my call into the pearly gates. It was finally my turn to leave, and as my soul began to ascend through the ceiling, I heard the elevator in the hall open and rush of voices spill out before I could determine the source. I was gone. I hope it had been for me. That's cool. I like that. Short, to the point, and like absolute like mystery ending. Fucking good shit. It was sunset. A man sat on the steps of his trailer with his dog. He wanted to be an architect, but he couldn't. Instead, he was retired. He used to have a family, 2 kids and an ex. He never married. He couldn't beat that fear. He never cheated, but he was scared. He felt his job as a man was done with his 2 kids. Both his boys hate him, but they are boys. The fact they're breathing, thinking, sufficed for him. He didn't have much use for his partner afterwards. She could never understand where she had went wrong. Something to her at some point. It's her fault. She was always hard on herself. Man was wealthy. He had enough saved. He knew his kids will take it once he dies. He didn't want to die yet, being in his 40s and all. And yet, he didn't have much more. He missed taking people for granted. He used to rob. Had gotten away with some things in his past. He missed that. But he got older, and he needed people's help more. As he did, he saw how little people helped him, made him realize his crimes, made him work on his faults. But he missed using people. Kept saying to himself, "It's about time God prepared me." He stared at the sun. His pup of 3 years stared at the man's face, with his tongue flopping out. The man smoked Camels, almost done with his pack. The sunset was halfway done. The man kept staring. Today, for some reason, he stared with more than before. Today, the sunset was more beautiful. The sunrise might be great, too. But honestly, he missed the orb. He missed the yellow glow. Didn't matter that the sunset was known or sunrise tomorrow. He lost what he had. He couldn't keep waiting to get it. Then he realized he was thinking nonsense. He shouldn't think like this. He snapped his fingers to make his dog rise up and pointed to his door. The two walked into the trailer. He didn't wait to see the sunset done. Words. He was alone. The walls were beige. He had 2 pizza boxes in his kitchen, one open and atop, the other one closed. He turned the lights off, pet his dog on the forehead, and pointed to his crate with his bed. Dog went in. He went to the kitchen and filled a bowl with some water, just in case his pup needed a few sips. He went into his room. A street lamp glared through his blinds. It was an old lamp. It would start orange, then in a minute turn yellow to white. Then, for half a minute, it would brighten, keeping white. The buzz was loud at its brightest, and then it would go out, and then it would restart. The man stared at it like he had stared at the sun, saw 10 or so cycles. He didn't get it. He couldn't avoid this place. He couldn't avoid this time. He just stared. Something just kept pushing him. He thought he was a moth without wings. All he could do was walk, each step taking time, and he couldn't stop. Then he walked to his bed. He laid in it, closed his eyes, and went to sleep. 6 hours later, he woke up. He would see the sunrise. That's interesting. I don't think it really deserves an update, though. I think the name is misleading. It's the sun. Spoiler, it's the fucking sun. Alright. You know what that means. You're up, Valium boy. You can change the category to Monster Hunter Wilds. Come on. Is it freezing? No, I think it's fine. Yeah, we seem fine. We're good. We're good. I ran some more, I think. Boop. Alright. Are you there, Valium boy?
Rowan__water_deep rated my stream with 6 viewers. Welcome, Raiders, to the stream.
I'll pick you up in 5. Be outside. I don't want to have to talk to your mom.
Well, I will be there. Daddy's home. When Hockey heard you the first time. Lady, no!
Welcome everyone. Thank you, Rowan, for the raid. Welcome to the stream. Since you guys are here, we were just about to play Monster Hunter Wilds, but I actually wrote one of the best short stories I think I've ever written, Jesus Christ, in a while. So, while you're all here, you want to hear my story. Okay, let's, I guess we can just leave Monster Hunter in the background. It doesn't really matter. Okay, here we go. Story time. The glowing fires cast vast shades of darkness among the tables and pots. The clamor of servants and aides assembling the 8-man platter upon their shoulders grunted as they're hoisted in unison. They hoisted in unison. The shadows danced crimson, gleaming off the ruby engraved upon the grand crown that sat upon the majestic plain. I do, but I need to get something to eat, so I won't be typing. No worries, sounds good, Rowan. The folds of gold woven through the clasped ceremonial garb that swirled around the man as he sat down. His lofty form, unabated, bobbed the clothing to and fro as if rocking. The man took a deep breath through his nose. The aromas struck him with a deep longing and a sense of purpose among his disheveled thoughts. He tried to focus, for he knew he would need all he was worth. The sting of spice from a smoking pot across the table had him at a sneeze, but he fortified himself. He let out his breath smooth and calm despite his heartbeat and his fingers tensed. He lay his arms to his side as he raised his head to the tattered stars. No moon this night, only the lights of the fire upon his broken flesh. No hunger shall go abated, for this night is the divine's dine. The shallow depths of such smell delivered upon him the delusion he suffered upon himself in this dire of circumstance. The number of pots, the spices sizzling, the sauces stewing, the clamor of ladles against metal as chefs stirred their brews and prepared. They gathered like ants, all groveling for a piece. I shut my mind as I let my muscles go limp. The thought of it was in the back of my mind. I needed to banish such thoughts of embrace. Duty and pride among my people. I shall not bring disgrace to them. I am the holy, the self, the one. I have been born for this moment. In this, I pray I can only do as I have trained. For this feast tonight shall not be outscaled. The sting was worse this time, not in the lungs, but of the flesh. If not known better than such a maul shall cause the mind to fall. Feathered I felt as the strikes befell. He raised his hands and placed them on the outside of the vat, resting his shoulders against its brim. Sound of slash and cut, slop and slosh. Fresh, wet, stringy cuts, sinew torn, muscles flayed, skin salted, sizzling stench, spices converge into primal orthodoxy. I seek the light at the distance, it calls to me, I am beckoned unto it, a trance of self to abolish all else, one taught through a lifetime set for a single moment in time. All that had been done was for these few moments to remain. Dark, cast into the depths, searing like ice across a rocky plain. I dare not go back now, this place, this peace, let it be one, for I know this is only the beginning. Let my will survive my body, his body aloft as he held his arms against the lip of the vat, flames beneath stoked, his fate set asunder, the chefs now gathered with their plates, grins and eager gestures as they tried not to disrupt their dishes. One by one they set them upon the platter. The smells of foreign spice and aroma of local flowers filled his nostrils as he wheezed a breath. The crimson of the liquid filling the vat bubbled as it was stirred from coagulation into a thick gravy. The platter was placed upon the liquid as it danced with steam and frothed from the additives. I opened my bloodshot, stung eyes as my flesh burned. The feeling of my body was not as strong as my mind. I would endure. For the sake of my people, I will endure. I will endure. He continued to whisper this, his mouth barely moving, as the servants pulled open his mouth and pushed the floating platter towards him. This was not a graceful measure. It was a time constraint. The sound of snapping and a gurgling followed by a huff and a cough. The sounds bellowed as if from a stuffed pig. The pain was measured. I was in control. I was the one. I was born for this. He swallowed the thick lump of meat as he snorted in a breath, sucking in spew from the meat being shoved down his throat. This was the easy part. I am soon. It is soon. His eyes began to roll into the back of his head as his arms gave way, and he slumped into the bloodbath of boiling flesh, spice, grain, vegetable, and now it was complete. The recycled, woven flesh was ground and minced. It soaked into the flesh, peeling it from the muscle, splitting the bone. The exposed, ordered extremities of his innards splayed out the softened meat, spurring from its rest inside this twisted, tortured mass. The servants at the head, who now held the crown of crimson, removed their scythes, each one grabbing an arm of the king, severing them at the elbow, stripping the meat from the bones, flaying it like an open banana. They looked toward the king's son standing in front of the throne of his father. "He was worthy! Praise I be worthy when time be," he said with a stern face, not a feeling upon it. He placed the crown upon his head and sat in his throne. He took the flayed arms of his ancestor and devoured the thick, swollen finger fat from all of the fingers. "Let death hold fast to those who cannot hold at bay that which they strive to hide from the world. Let no man call this reign unfounded. Long live the Quilcacha! Begin the feast!" But yeah, that's the banquet. What do you guys think about my story? It's good night for me. Thanks for the company and stream of the stream. Goodbye, everyone, and good night. Alright, Muffin, have a good night. Blob Odenkirk, that was awesome. Why, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. That would be the most complete story I'd say we've written so far because of the outline we used for it and the medium we used without using, like, we tried to do almost like 90% of it without sight. Everything was taste, touch, feel, and then the twist reveal had to be at that perfect moment. And it was like, someone in the chat when I was first writing it was like, how is this about anything but food? Because I was alluding to a twist. And then he's like, man, now I'm just hungry. And then he's like, oh my god, I just got it, I'm not hungry anymore. And I was like, yes, that is exactly, like, these are the kind of stories that I like to write that have that, either, like, that kind of feeling to it. Or it's like the complete opposite of that, where it's like, it's not a twist, it's thrown in your face, which is like the one that's like, it's basically a puddle freezing and then, like, melting and then refreezing, and it's a metaphor for the building of the foundation of, like, a true friendship. Like, all the things that you have to go through in order to finally get that unbreakable bridge. And it's just all those layers of scars of current events just building up underneath that layer of ice until finally you have, like, this solid overlay. But I love that kind of experimental, like, abstract, very emotional, evocative type of writing, which is why I'm trying to use AI to keep me more paced towards, like, staying on point with my writing. So that's kind of one of the main things I use it for, is structure. Because we wrote a story about gummy bears in a gummy bear container, and it's like a theological discussion about is the hand that comes to grab the gummy bears a good thing or a bad thing. And it's like, the green gummies think it's a bad thing because the green gummies get chosen statistically more than, let's say, the red gummies. And the red gummies, because they get chosen less, think of it as a divine hand that they want to go towards. And it's like I wrote it out, and then I took the entire plot, like, outline that I did, and I got AI to write it, and its story was fucking fire. It was fucking amazing. Blew the lid off of my story. I was like, fuck, man. I gotta get better. But that's kind of how we pull and twist everything together to create this interesting thing. And like we were doing atmosphere settings earlier, so these are like ideas for different ways of like setting the atmosphere. So we have the first one's about a tree. The hollow amber haze consumed the path that laid before them, spitting it in their faces as if the toil of it was some circus. Oh wait, no, that's a separate thing. This is the intro to when Husai gets to the inside of the tree after the attack on Garuda, and Zaid has died. And he's heard the word from everyone else that Zaid is dead, and he shouldn't go back to the tree. And he's like, no, man, I gotta go back. And originally, at the very beginning of the story, basically the description of this place is like a thriving rainbow of colors swirling together to create this spectacular casting of shadows and beauty. And it's just supposed to get this like nice beautiful thing, and then you come back to it and it's the hollow amber haze consumed the path that laid before them, spitting in their faces as if the toil of it was some circus. And they're staring at the blood trail that leads up to the guild hall, where they've been told that Zaid was basically crucified to the doors, and they didn't believe it. And now they're seeing the trail of blood being stalked through the town. Yo, we got Rowan in chat. Yes, we do. Welcome, Levi. How's it going? Welcome, welcome. Also, we done? You done for the day? All right, no worries, bro. It was a hell of a stream today, bro. We did some epic shit at the beginning, but we got to figure that stuff up. I'll do some research tomorrow. I got a lot of shit I got to do tomorrow. And then this one is... that's the name of a place as well. We figured out what we're going to call for specifics. But anyways, this is 2 different descriptions of a tree. The pluming... Wait, no. This, okay, I'm retarded. These two go together. So this is the dark and dreary one, and this is the other one. The pluming hue of crimson on firelight lit the auditorium with spectral figures of dancing shadows as the waves of lava at the base of the tree bubbled and frothed, creating a dynamic waving mixture of orange from the lava and the bright yellow of the sun above, colliding together to create a majestic collision of beauty. So that's like what you get the first description of. And then when they come back, it's the hollow amber haze consumed the path that lay before them, spitting in their faces as if the toil of it was some circus. And that's kind of like the change in atmosphere over the 12 chapters. And then this was the description of a tree. The branches hung as if the weight of time had crushed them, their leaves a memory. The grimy amber sapped mouth gaped where the limb was severed. Now it stares into the abyss, a reminder of a time when hope still clung in the air. The branches reached proudly outwards in defiance of their nature. They stretched to the sky as if to call it down upon them. The rich bark gleamed on the lonely branches where the new buds of spring were beginning to grow. And that's pretty much the writing lessons that we learned today during the stream. And that's usually what we do. But now we're moving on to Monster Hunter Wilds. If anyone's interested in watching, we must go for a random weapon. What is our weapon today? I fucked that up. Dual blades. Ooh, dual blades. Let's do it. Okay, we need to go honey farming. Okay, we need to go honey farming. We have literally no honey. Yeah. Where are we? Okay, we're in the forest, right? So we want to go to 9? Looks like the map's all fucked. This one... It's this one. And we get 5 honey, that's 10. Then we can go and see if we're in the, whatchamacallit? The plenty. And then we can get a ton from there. Wait. This isn't right. Maybe it is the other one. Hold on. I know there's honey here somewhere. Bunch of honey. And I've been neglecting it. But apparently I moved my camps, or one of my camps was destroyed. I don't know, but anyways, let's go to the Windward Plains. And let's see if we're in the plenty. I gotta go to the base camps for each area to get, like, the apex predator for each area. Okay. So there's some honey here. That's a start. There's no honey there. So why can't I find any honey here? I swear it's supposed to be this, underground lake, but it's not. So let's find out from here where the honey is on this map. Or we could go to like those... Wait, where's the NPC that's supposed to give me honey? That was in Seja Village, right? Because I know there's a bunch of NPCs I went around to that were like, oh, you want me to gather things? And I was like, give me honey, I need honey. And I was like, I'll just come back to these guys. And then I could never find any of them. And now we're out of honey. That's Nada. That's Gemma. This is the melting pot. There's Alma, so there's no one else here. What about Azus? Maybe it was an Azus. Valiant Boy, are you there? Are you gonna change the category back to Monster Hunter Wilds? Good sir? Okay, what is here as far as NPCs go? It looks like nothing is here as far as NPCs go. Wait, that's a trade thing, or is that Alma? No, that looks like a trade thing. Let's trade. Okay, but that's not the trade thing that I want. I want the one that gives me honey. So it's a different image than that. Maybe it's this one over here? No, that's something to forge. This is the support desk. Okay, I haven't completed any bounties. Claim content. Already claimed all of it. What about this guy? This guy's just provisions. Yeah, that doesn't help me at all. God, where was that NPC that frickin' does items? I remember going to the pit. That's where we fought Jin Dahad. And this guy's just random items. Okay, let's try Runes of Bavaria. Sild? Maybe it was over here. If not, we're just screwed out of honey. And we have no honey, which means we have no potions. Which means we would want to use a gun lance if we could, but we can't. Does this not have a thing? This place is fucking beautiful. Yes! 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 This is the guy! Gather me items! Gather me honey! Yes! Okay, his name is Rysher. But I know there's other people. So it's like... The image is... like a bowl with things in it? Valiant Boy, can you change the category to Monster Hunter Wilds? That would be spectacular, good sir. Thank you. And Twitch. When a Jin Dahad slaying quest becomes available, it will appear in the environment overview. Accept it to begin the hunt. Durr. Please and thank you, good sir. Okay, we're looking for the bowl. They're all here. I'm dumb. I can just get them from Nada? 16 out of 16. Okay. With Tuco's scene. I'm watching the best moments iconic of Breaking Bad. Oh, fuck yeah. Breaking Bad was so fucking good. Oh my god. Bryan Cranston is an amazing actor. Alright, here we go. You guys ready? Let's go fuck shit up. What are we killing today? Windward Plains Base Camp. Let's go. And now we have like more honey than we could ever need. My loading screens are so long. Talk to Alma. Talk to me. Did the wind just blow her freaking hat off? I'm so confused. I think I was just looking at it from a weird angle. And then the wind blew her hair and I realized what I was looking at. And I was like, oh shit, I'm looking at her hair. Oops. Let's go. Whatever could it possibly be that's affecting the environment so? Grab the honey. Man, that took forever. Ooh, no, not the village. Not the village. I'm worried now. Oh. What is it? What happened?
土砂熊の痕跡か。
ああ、聞いてもらえると助かる。まずは中へ入ろう。
はい、そうです。わかりました。
また村に現れたんですか？
安心してください。事前に避難を始めたので被害はありませんでした。
よかった。
そうです。
察する限りそれだけではないように思われますが。
ああ、ここまで嵐が続くのは初めてのことだからな。我々も見回りを強化していたんだが、村からそう遠くない高台でレダウを見つけたんだ。
見つけて。
続いていると考えればかなり活性化しているんじゃないか。
何？
さすがにお見通しか。その通りだ。
その通り。はい。
荒ぶる様子がわかるほどだった。
ええ。それで何かが起こる前にみんなに避難をしてもらったんです。
いい判断だ。土砂熊はそいつに追い立てられて迷い込んだ可能性が高い。
戦い！戦い！
対処しない限り村は危険なままということですね。ああ、確認に向かおう。
助かる。我々はまた周囲の警戒を続けよう。逃げ遅れた者がいないかも確認したい。
僕たちは大丈夫ですから。皆さん、どうかお気をつけて。
Oh man, I'm an idiot. I need to change the overlay. Valiant Boy, why do you tell me I didn't change the overlay? I never remembered to change the overlay. There we go. Much better. Unless you guys like the other overlay. It's up to you. I personally like this. But for gaming, at least. I'm indifferent about the overlay. I just think the other one's a little distracting for the game. But then again, this one's like a little intrusive. So it's like, what's better, being intrusive or being distracting? Well done, Valiant Boy. I believe in you. We have the power. Oh, it's a frickin' EM spines. It's just... Wait, that should have... No, you're on Wait. You're on Twitch, but that didn't work. That's weird. Did you break the bot? Valiant Boy, did you break the bot? How dare you break the bot? Nah, bro, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know what to tell you. It seems like it's broken. Oh, shit. What did you guys do? You broke it! What the fuck? Valiant Boy, what did you do? I haven't done anything. You're the one who's been fucking around with shit. It's so hard to fight on this ledge, but as long as I can stay between his legs. Yeah, it seems like it's just broken on Twitch. Did you add Botrix to the blacklist? Ooh, ouch. First time I've been hit. Oh, and he's down, which means we can do even more. Just keep going, keep hammering him. Oh shit. He's glitching through the map. Ow. I think that was just a bad timing on my part. Woo! Bro, that bot had one job. I know, right? You had one job, bro! One fucking job! Oh! Shit, did it just lag the fuck out and just spam everything just now? Oh my god, it was just lagging. That is fucking hilarious. All the commands just instantly come out. Well, I guess you gotta go back through the chat log for that. That's hilarious. Okay, I need to sharpen my weapon. I've just been hammering at him. I didn't even get full sharpness. That's how much we did it. And we're just going back in. Oh, we were gonna get the mount. We wanted the mount. Oh, and of course he's just gonna run away anyways. So there you go. Whatever you did, Valiant Boy, you fixed it. I don't know what you did, but you did something. You're proud? You're proud? Okay, well, wait till it hits a year. I am proud of you, though. Thank you for sticking around for so long. I'm like, wait, it's been a month and you're still here? Holy shit. Let's go, I'm carrying, bitch. You are Atlas. And I am the world. And you are holding me up on your shoulders. Like, you are carrying the fuck out of the stream, bro. It's absolutely amazing. I thank you so much. Like, you are an inspiration, bro. Together, we can climb mountains. If you start streaming, dude, we should start an organization. If you start streaming, like me, you, Levi, that would be fucking amazing. And we should name it something akin to like Dead Poets Society, but like not Dead Poets Society. No, I mean in like 6 months, a year. Like 2 years. But eventually, we should do something like that. That would be sick, I think. I haven't watched that movie. You haven't? OBS is so difficult to understand. I spent 1 hour to download just yet. Why do you think, Valiant Boy, why do you think 100% of my cultural knowledge of it is from a single reference to it in Community? I've never watched Community, but yeah, it's very much a it stands on its own 2 feet and it stands the test of time. But that's why I do one thing for the stream every day, Valiant Boy. There's so much to do. It is just overwhelming if you don't just take it one step at a time. Be like, okay, do chat overlays today. Be like, okay, get emotes on screen today. And then just slowly over time, you'll evolve the stream. That's what I've been doing. And look where we are now. And I'm still, every day, I'm doing something new because I have this massive list of things that I want to do. And like you were saying, the shop is very abandoned because I don't have sound effects. and I don't have visuals for most of the stuff in the shop other than having a toke. So it's like... Oh man, what? Bitch, that was supposed to be a mounting attack. How dare you not let me mount you? Wyvern types are just too easy. I've fought too many of them. There's no matter what you do, I pretty much like am immune to Wyvern types. But like all the other shit that they've added in this game has fucked me. Doshiguma fucked me. Like all of them fuck me except like Raidou, Rathian, and Rathalos. Because this is basically like a reimagined oh fuck, what's it called? Astalos. Shit. Ooh, dodged out of the way of that one real quick. Real quick, like. Ooh, the lightning is real. He's going for it. I believe in the power of dual blades. I don't really use them, but they're my style. They're like a grounded insect glaive. You just hammer on them and just find the weak spots. And he just happens to be someone that I'm like very proficient at fighting, despite having fought like 6 of them. And using a weapon I've used like 4 times in the entire thing, and I haven't used in like 6 years in Worlds. And it's not a very upgraded weapon either, and it's fire, so I don't think it really does that much of an element to a lightning thing. But, you know, we're whittling them down, that's what it matters, that's what matters. Slowly but surely. The fact that we've had to sharpen like 6 times goes to show just the amount that we've actually like attacked him overall. Even though in general dual blades does lose shit. I thought I got hit there. It's sharpness faster because of the amount of hits that you do per attack, but he still feels like a little bitch, and we can take him down. But when we're trying to fight something else, we're gonna get completely destroyed, even if we're using like Gun Lance or Switch Axe. Because I'm just not accustomed to the game yet. But we'll get there. We're not even at 50 hours, so we got a ways to go. Look what we got. It's a cock. Grab the cock. Oops. That's for the Chemitrace. The giant cock. Ooh, that hit me. Motherfucker. Where do you think you're going, huh? Nowhere! Oof. So I'm getting cocky now. Oh, turf war! And the mount! We got the mount! Let's go! Damage is real. Look at that shit. We're smoking him. Oh, I forgot! I forgot about my ultimate move! I'm an idiot! I haven't been using my ultimate move. I knew there was a piece of the dual blades I was missing. I'm an idiot. That's why I was spamming this. Because if you do it right... Nope. He's leaving. I can like fully charge my shit. And then I get like the super attacks and shit. I totally forgot about that. So I've literally haven't been doing my maximum damage to him. And we're still destroying him. Poor guy. Damn it. I don't know which attacks I can do it on. Not that one. I don't think I can do it on elemental attacks. Just his physical attacks. I think, and then I can like... Nope, not that one. See, now that I'm gonna try this, I'm just gonna fucking die. It needs to happen like organically. It did last time. But maybe it just doesn't work that well against something that's elemental like this. Yeah, that just doesn't work. Maybe I'm using the wrong ability. Maybe I'm dumb. Hold on, maybe I'm dumb. And it's this. And I'm just supposed to dodge into it. Hold on. I don't remember dual blades at all. So when he's coming down like this, just... Nope. He's leaving anyways. It is what it is. I can't get them to work worth crap, so it is. Maybe I should have done the other dodge then. That clearly didn't work either. Clearly I'm just gonna die. Yep, I'm dead. But you know what I didn't do was eat a meal. Or apparently I did eat a meal, or it's still on from last time I ate a meal. ate a meal. I ain't eat a meal. At least I don't remember eating a meal. I mean, that's the best way. It's when you get into a hunt that you think you haven't eaten on and you have eaten, because you just zone out eating so much because you just do it every hunt. But being able to do it out on the floor, once I figured out you could actually do that with the barbecue skew, I was like, oh my fucking god, yes. You can cook at any point in time you want. And then just happen to try and cook mid-battle, because you're just OP like that. You're like, fuck it, I believe. I'm just gonna stop trying to do this. I'm gonna die again. Yeah, I managed to do it the first time we played, but now it's just not good against this guy, I guess. I don't know. Nice. Yes, the damage feels so good. Like that, like it sounds, it feels, it's so good. That is such a great ability. I know, like, I know what they were trying to do with like the insect glaive with that, with the mounting finisher and everything, to keep it in that kind of same style, but like a pole arm. But I don't think they really pulled it off. I don't think that it really makes sense. Well, I mean, like, kind of makes sense. It's just, it's not practical, despite the fact that, like, yeah, sure, like, spinning, like, a drill like that to, like, drill it in does make sense on a fundamental level. But I just don't think it works. And he's almost down to capturable. And we haven't even used our rock steady mantle. He gonna go sleep time? Sleep time? He no seep? Ooh, bad timing. Holy shit, I almost died again. Jesus Christ. Okay, well, I guess I'm out of potions. So in that case, fuck it, we're capturing him because I'm not gonna die again. Right, this was the cliff where we started. This is where it all began, buddy. Wait, can I not capture him? Or is he not in the trap yet? Wait, what? Oh, it's a lightning trap. He's a lightning monster. You can't lightning trap him. I'm an idiot. I'm trying to retreat. Oh, I have to hold it down. Okay, that makes sense. Hold on, let me put down a pitfall, bitch. There. That ought to get him. Now all he doth need do is come down. And he's gonna leave like a little bitch. Thank God you can get your traps back now. The quality of life is so amazing. We're moving at like the same speed. I'm not even gaining any distance on him. In fact, I'm losing distance. He's getting further and further away. That's why I just wait for him to go to sleep. But I'm always impatient. I don't have any fucking heals! Get in the trap! What a joke! Okay, well, I need potions. I mean, I was just trying to kill him, but no. Motherfucker said no. Not now. Not here. Not with this. Now I gotta go back out there. Look how far away he is, man. I gotta run all the way over there? What a joke. All because he wouldn't get in the damn trap. Oh, now he's asleep, but I can't put the trap down because I have a trap somewhere. So I'm just gonna have to kill him. And we forgot to eat too. So we're on like, we might actually die. This is actually really, really, really bad. Like, really fucking bad. Like, I'm going to die if I try to fight him without food. Come on, Happy. We got this. I need to upgrade Happy's gear. I haven't upgraded Happy's gear in forever. Like at the very beginning of high rank. When I was like hunter rank like 15. Maybe not even. He's really angry. Nice, we got his tail. Fuck yeah. Bitch. Ow. He's scattering us. Oh my god, I almost died. I'm gonna die. Holy fuck. Ah! Oh, that angle! Yes! Clip it! Clip it! Valiant boy, I don't... clip it! How do we... Where do we... Press it? Where's the button? I think that worked. I tried to get there as fast as I could. I need to figure out the command to fucking clip it. That was epic, boys. That was fucking epic. Where's his tail? Fuck's his tail? There it is. Another one down. Let's go.
ああ、ここで共に生きるモンスターのことをもっと知り、備えていかねばと思ってな。
いかにも、それが我らのできる調和というものなのかもしれぬ。
それにしても、長くこうの時が続いたと思えば、今度は嵐が収まらん。これはよからぬことの兆しなのか。
私たちの仲間が調べていますが、詳しいことはまだ分かっていないんです。
そうか。嵐が去り、実りが来る。我々はその繰り返しに慣れすぎていたのかもしれない。改めて用心を続け
皆さんのすべきことを。
I need to go put some food in. I'm fucking starving. So we'll probably do about 6 hours or so. We'll do about another half an hour. I'll make some food. We'll chill out for a bit. And then we'll raid someone. I don't think I'm going to make it to 7. I'm going to fucking pass out before we hit 7 hours. But I can do 6. We We can do 6. I just need to go start making food now. So I'll be right back. Okay, so we're going to the oil well basin. What do you guys think we're gonna fight? I think we're gonna fight the octopus guy. The new... Nerda? Nerda? Or is it New Erda? New Erda. The Black Flame. Nerda. Yes. Nerda. Could be those fucking apes. The, Agenacanar. Whatever they are. Ajarakan? Ajarakan. I think they're called Ajarakan. Oil well basin. We just gotta remember to go check on our food. Oh, what weapon are we using, first of all? Switch axe, yes, okay. A real weapon. No, that's chain or charge blade. So we do need to change our set. First, let's go. Hell yeah. That's what I'm talking about, boys. Look at that thing. It just looks so good because it's Rathalos. It literally looks like a Rathalos' face. If this guy would get out of the way. You can see, like, the eye, the mouth, and, like, the horns of the face of the Rathalos. That shit is fucking dope. Okay, does that mean we have to go to wherever this is in the Azus village? Let's go. Move up here. Alright, we can freaking get stupid login. Oh, honey! Actually, that's really good because we need honey. A new event quest. Ooh. Maki. New Erda! See? She's like me. She's like, New Erda? No, it's, Nerda? Ood Nerda. I swear I haven't seen this scene before. That was just fucking coincidence. Amaterasu.
前回のことが 貴重な経験になっているようですね。確かに各種族が揃って力を合わせているのは素晴らしいことです。
I didn't even know there were multiple clans. I have not been paying attention to the story at all. We've just been fucking around and memeing in chat instead of fucking listening to the story because no one gives a fuck about the story in Monster Hunter. We just want to kill monsters.
皆さんの強い意志を感じました。今だって火走りが始まってから休まないで働き続けてる。本当に頑張ってるんだよ。でもそれだけじゃどうにもならないこともあると思うんだ。
True.
谷の火を飲み込んで、あの時よりずっと熱くなってる。その個体は異常気象が続いている影響を受けたと見て間違いなさそうですね。
間違いない。
黒い炎は私たちじゃどうにもならない。このままだとあいつが谷も火釜もみんなも全部燃やしちゃうよ。だから
助けて。
助けて。ああ、そのために我々がいる。あれ構わないの。もちろんです。緊急事態および異常個体への対応措置としてヌーエグドラの狩猟を許可します。
ヌーウルトラヌーウルトラヌーウルトラ。
シルベムシの反応が確かにもうかなり里に近づいているよう。
Damn, it is really close. It's like fucking right there. Closer to most of the monsters I've been hunting lately. Let's get this yeah, cooldown shit. Dude, he's actually on fire. Oh my fucking god, that looks amazing.
はい、お願いします。
Oh shit. That was scary. Ooh, the spinning attack. This guy's more like an Elden Ring boss than anything. I had to go check on my food, so we're dipping. I'll be right back. Hopefully we'll be safe here. Okay. Back at her. Don't have that many potions. I love its sound effects. It's like a freaking radar. I love it because it's like sonar, right? Jesus! Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, I'm almost dead. I don't have like max potions or fucking anything for this. Doesn't even affect him. No. Bad timing. Well, he's running away, that's a good sign. We're at least doing something to him. Mount? No. Oh, was that the grab? You just grabbed me. Oh, it's Rathalos. Rathalos! And he's like, I'm out. I'm out. Peace. Fuck this octopus fucked up thing. This is how my octopi in my book looks. Except imagine its legs like kind of braided together and then standing up, but its face is kind of down like that. Like the top of its head like that is kind of like, it's almost like it's a beard. It's kind of hanging down and then his eyes are on the top. And then his legs are like braided together. So like these three legs and those three legs would be braided together, and then the other legs would be like his arms, right? And then he doesn't have a body. He just has like that like fin stuff, like with the webbing in between, that kind of like holds it together. It's kind of like a square, but it's not really a body. And then his mouth is like underneath that. So its mouth is almost like technically like behind on the back of its head. Okay, well we're out of mega potions. This guy is fucking dangerous. Dangurious! Oh, that's, yeah, I'm gonna get fucked. Stop getting hit by that shit. Flamethrower, nice. That's new. Can we even, oh, we can put a trap on this guy. Nice. Shit. Man, I'm gonna die. Oh, 100% gonna fucking die. Oh my god, Happy saved my life. Happy, you are a genius. Thank you. Shit. Very dangerous. Oh man, they just walked like right in front of me. Nice. Oh, he's running away like a little bitch. Look at that. Look at him go. Squeezing through the cracks. Yeah, that's a Jarrakin. I think it's called a Jarrakin. Stay away from that. Imagine an avian that looked like that. They're kind of like birdish, right? Oh, that's an interesting concept. But it'd have to be more tailed. Like the get rid of the legs, but I like the style of the beak and everything like that. Like that's a cool concept. Mount. Of course I did it. I'm fucking OP, bitch. Don't fuck with me. I'm almost out of heals, though. Yeah. Well, he said the heal's inbound, so as long as I don't die here, at least we got that going for us. Oh, and we can use Rock Steady Mantle, too. Ooh, I'm scared. Oh, we're losing health because of the environment, because we don't have a cold drink on. That's probably what's mainly doing most of the damage to us. Almost fucking hit me. I think he probably has one of the coolest sound effects, though, out of like any monsters. Like, it's just so out of place. I love it, because it's a sea creature like this. Like, if only Ligarius and the Pisceans, just whatever you want to fucking call it. High scene. Oh! Shit, and I'm gonna die. Well, we need to sharpen anyways, so... Alright, let's pick up some supplies. That was a hell of a jump. Do we just not have any mega potions on this? Yeah, we have none. We have 100 honey now? Damn, we got a lot of fucking honey. Alright, we'll make 40. That's why we're so low on mega potions. We don't actually have any. There we go. Now we have 20. I didn't think I was using that many. Damn, that thing is sick. Look at those horns. See if we can flash this thing. No, I don't think it has fucking eyes. Oh well, here comes the Rathalos. Oh shit. What a waste. Now all my damage is gone. What's he doing? I feel like he's not defending himself very well. Part broke off. We'll have to carve it later. Nice! I broke one of his tentacles! Shit, I let my axe part fall out. Man, look at it writhe around. Could you imagine eating something like that? Look at it writhing. Shit, I tried to charge the axe like an idiot. Oh, we're just playing dumb now. Eating it looks like it'd be pretty tough and sinewy. I love calamari though. And I love that like stringy like pull. Like I hate fat, but for some reason I love calamari. It's like fat without the gristle. It's like, I don't know, there's something about it. But like I said, the main delicacy I want in the book is spider legs, diorite legs. It's like they have like the most tender meat or some shit like that. Just something about the meat. And I pulled that from like the very first episode of Pinky and the Brain, when they're trying to go down to the bottom of the ocean to find the crab that its meat is like mind control or whatever it is. And they're... yeah, something like that. Like, most delicious meat on the planet, essentially. Bitch. Now we get to carve up all his pieces. We cut off 2 of them, right? They're still wriggling. I love it. They did such a good fucking job with this. Look at that. That looks so fucking cool. Did we only get 2? Let's put on a... just for good measure, so we don't forget. We'll also sharpen. Shit, he went into the ground. Wasn't sure if that would reach me. Captain Cockchair, welcome, welcome! You leveled up to level 3! Congratulations, good sir. Oh, was that? No, that was just a wound. How goes your day, good sir? It's only a flesh wound. Indeed. 'Tis only a flesh wound. Ooh, ouch. 'Tis hurt. Ooh. Oh, there's a trap over there. Run to the trap, run to the trap, run to the trap before I die. Yes, bitch. That's what you get for trying to be a bitch. You get fucking slapped around, motherfucker. Splody time. Oh, he did not like that. You can get some big wounds here. Oh, let me pass. Let me hit this one. Oh man, he turns around every time I'm trying to go for that fucking wound. I'm gonna run out of stamina. There it is. Okay, we got it. Nice. Is it some kind of fire octopus? Indeed, it is some kind of fire octopus. I love how they're experimenting with like different kinds of animals and stuff. Like, it's fucking amazing. There's never been any monster anything like this, or the Zunu, whatever the fuck the other one is. The like smaller octopus type one. That's like more like a squid than an octopus. And I love it squeezes between cracks and shit like that. Like, that's like, oh, I love it. Oh, that spinning attack. Oh, he can be trapped. Which means... unless he gets out of it too fast. We can't capture him? Oh, and then I go and die. Are you teaming up? teaming him with others? No, I am only playing with my cat. Happy. I'm solo, but I'm an idiot, and I went to trap him, and I died. So dumb. I guess I can't trap him. Or I can't capture him. Even though I can trap him, I can't capture him. You know. You know how it be sometimes. We don't quite get to where we want to be, but we're always at where we want to be. No, it does not re-heal. Some monsters, like, they can sleep and get like a couple hundred health back, but like 2 or 3%, like nothing more than that. Or like some monsters will like go and eat other monsters to gain like a tiny little bit of health back. But it's more of a spectacle than it is actually like anything. Look how close we were to killing it! And we were trying to trap it! I'm clipping that. Like, are you fucking serious? I was literally 2 hits from killing it. I fucking love this game. Okay, I'm gonna grab food now. So, if you guys want to hang out, we can watch something while I eat. Poor new Udre didn't do nothing to no one. He can give you guys an impression of what an octopus person might look like if its like face was down like that, its eyes were up here, its mouth was in the back, and its arms were like braided together to be like one leg and the other leg, and then his other arms were just chilling. But I bought like a contraption thing where I can point down on the desk. So I want to do an art stream where I do some like sketches of like the actual what they would look like. Because I just can't get AI to make a picture that's even close to it. Some things are good, but just getting an octopi, it just doesn't exist. No one uses it in that factor. Base. Yep. Let's have a toke before we go grab our food so we can listen to this fucking bullshit cutscene that I don't care about. So if you want to link in chat something that you want me to watch while I eat, feel free to do so. Many submissive and breedable people in this cutscene. I like the way you think, Captain Cuckchair. You got a good eye. Not many people do. I appreciate you. Alright, I'll be right back. Fuck you, YouTube. Jesus Christ. Come on.
We've been treated very unfairly by every country all over the world. The European Union is horrible.
Alright, I will be back.
Yeah.
And we're going to get it back. And I have a choice.
Yeah.
I can just coast, and eventually there'd be a blow-up down the road, maybe a long way. But we owe 36
USA number one.
And we're going to get it back.
$36
We're
trillion.
the biggest, we're the best, and I'm very optimistic. I have to tell you, I'm very optimistic about the country. Much more optimistic this way than if I did it the easy way. Ukraine, ceasefire. Ukraine.
We're not going to be
ceasefire.
McNuggets
Just agreed
anymore.
to a little while ago. Now we have to go to Russia, and hopefully President Putin will agree to that also, and we can get this show on the road. We can get this horrible war where 2,000-3,000 soldiers.
No one wants to see his tiny pee-pee. He's a tiny pee-pee. No one wants to see tiny pee-pee.
Soldiers, they're Ukrainian and they're Russian. But people are being killed outside of that. People are being killed in the cities as things explode throughout the cities. And we want to get that war over with. So
Definitely,
I think it's a big difference between
probably the most orange part of his body.
the Oval Office and the so that's a total ceasefire. Ukraine has agreed to it, and hopefully Russia will agree to it.
I remember that was a good day.
Later on today and tomorrow, and hopefully we'll be able to wipe out a deal. But I think the ceasefire is very important. If we can get Russia to do it, that'll be great. If we can't, we just keep going on, and people are going to get killed. Lots of people.
Is Zelensky invited back to the White House?
Sure, absolutely.
Mr. President, you mentioned the ups and
Damn.
downs in the stock market. You said it'll go up
All
and
right.
go down. But do you and your tariff policies
See, I told
right
y'all
now
it wasn't
bear
going to be
any
a big deal.
responsibility for the
Our proposal for a full ceasefire.
You have put me on the Rafflecopter.
Which you can see the details of which are in our joint statement that we released together. But we also got into substantive details on how this war is going to permanently end, what type of guarantees they're going to have for their long-term security and
your
prosperity,
Rafflecopter.
but also really looking at what it's going to take to finally end this the horrific fighting. The other piece that I just want to make very clear is President Trump started this diplomatic effort in the Oval Office, talking to both leaders, both President Putin and President Zelensky back to back. And now that shuttle diplomacy continues. We have a named
You'll have to catch me as I
delegation
escape
in terms
on
of
my
next steps
rollerblades.
from the Russian side. We have a named delegation in terms of next steps from the Ukrainian side. I will talk to my Russian counterpart in the coming days. Secretary Rubio will be with G7 foreign ministers in the next couple of days. We have the NATO Secretary General in the White House on Thursday, and we'll take the process forward from there. So, as a result of that, and I think as a result of this positive step forward, the president has decided to lift the pause on aid and on our security assistance to Ukraine going forward. And that's
So basically, he said you have to agree to this, and if you do, we're going to give you the support back. Okay. Yep. Wow, what a surprise. Who could have predicted that? Oh, that's right. Everybody.
Effective immediately.
Yep.
All right, your colleagues have chosen 3 questioners.
It was a
Let's
negotiating
start
tool?
with Alex
Yeah.
Marquardt of CNN.
Thank you. Several questions on the ceasefire. We understood that coming into this was a Ukrainian proposal for a partial ceasefire. How did this become an American proposal for an immediate 30-day ceasefire? And to be clear, you're talking about a complete ceasefire across the front line, not just the aerial and maritime ceasefire that the Ukrainians proposed. And then finally, how do you expect to take this to the Russians? Is it Mr. Witkoff, who we understand is heading to Moscow later this week? Will he deliver that to Putin? Will it be President Trump to President
I'm sure
Putin?
Putin watches the news.
You and your counterparts, how will that actually happen?
He probably knows about this.
On the first point, your question is yes. That's the offer. The offer is to stop the shooting. The goal here is the only way out to end this war is to negotiate out of it. There's no military solution to this war. The solution to this war and the way to end it and to achieve the president's
carrier pigeon
objective of peace is to negotiate. But before you can negotiate, you have to stop shooting at each other, and that's what the president has wanted to see, and that's the commitment we got today from the Ukrainian side. Their willingness to do that. Obviously, now that'll be delivered to the Russians. It'll be delivered to them directly through multiple channels. meaning not only will they obviously see it, we've already, it'll be communicated to them through our diplomatic channels, through conversations and other methods, but they'll obviously be well aware. And our hope is that the Russians will say yes, that they will also agree. So the shooting will stop, the killing will stop, the dying will stop, and the talks can begin about how to end this war permanently in a way that's acceptable and enduring for both sides.
Look, there's been all kinds of discussions in terms of different types of ceasefires. There was the deal in terms
until next time. No, Putin's already broken 26 deals. Do you really think he's going to break 27? Come on, hasn't he broken enough by now? No, this is going to be the last one, guys. I don't know. I mean, like, I'm very, like, it depends on what the deal is, right? Not with Trump? Yeah, well, Trump is going to be the president forever, so I guess this problem is solved. That's a great point.
Brain moving years ago. There's been discussion of halting aerial attacks on each other's infrastructure. The president has made it clear and certainly made it clear to us that all fighting needs to stop. And the Ukrainians have agreed to that proposal. They're ready for peace. And now we'll take that to the Russians and get their response.
All right, next, Jennifer Jacobs, CBS.
Great. Hi. Are you expecting any goodwill gestures from Russia? Do you have a deadline in mind for when you're hoping for them to reciprocate on that? Those two things.
Well, we're going to take the offer to them. We're going to tell them this is what's on the table. Ukraine is ready to stop shooting and start talking. And now it'll be up to them to say yes or no. I hope they're going to say yes. And if they do, then I think we made great progress. If they say
Ukraine
no,
didn't start the war. No, they didn't. I mean, Russia's 100% the aggressor. And in a lot of ways, I kind of feel bad for Ukraine because a lot of, I mean, at least from what I've read and seen and observed, is that a lot of the, I would say, like, insecurity that Russia's felt hasn't been really from Ukraine. It's been from EU and also primarily from America. It's like we've kind of escalated tensions to this happening, and now Ukraine is put in this position. NATO, yeah. And so it's partially the U.S.'s fault? It is. I think so. I think it's partially the U.S.'s fault. I'm not saying it's completely the U.S.'s fault. It's mainly Russia's fault, but I'm saying that the U.S. has antagonized them.
We'll unfortunately know what the impediment is to peace here. But the president's been abundantly clear he wants the shooting to stop. He wants the warfare to stop. He wants the dying and the suffering to stop.
Biden.
And he believes, and rightfully so, that the only way to end this war is to negotiate an end to it. And we think that it's always easier to negotiate an end to the war when people aren't shooting at each other. Yeah. That's how the president believes. That's what we hope to achieve. The Ukrainians today have expressed their willingness and readiness to do so immediately. We hope the Russians' answer to that will also be yes.
But no deadline set, sir.
Well, the deadline is we hope to do this as soon as possible. Every day that goes by that this war continues, people die, people are bombed, people are hurt on both sides of this conflict. The president wanted this war to end yesterday and the day before. The president's been clear he wants peace. And so we wanted to see it as soon as possible. So our hope is that the Russians will answer yes as quickly as possible so we can get to the second phase of this, which is real negotiations.
Peace talks tomorrow.
Dialogue, talk forever, but real.
Dude, if they had both of these guys in the White House at the same time, that would be insane. Like, I feel like that would be crazy content. I don't think it's gonna happen though. I don't. It's impossible. Yeah, there's no way. Citizens are being killed on one side. The other only lose soldiers. I mean, I've expressed the way that I feel about it multiple times, right? I mean, I think this is this is a good thing, though. I mean, I do feel like this, 30 days of ceasefire, I think it's kind of good. And by the way, if you think it's not, then go out there and fight for 30 fucking days. I bet a lot of the guys that are out there that now they have 30 days of not getting killed, I bet they're probably going to be happy about this. Yeah, it's probably a welcome fucking relief.
Negotiations to end this conflict in a way that's acceptable to both sides, sustainable, and that ensures the stability and security of Ukraine for the long term.
The goodwill gesture, is there anything like the return of the stolen children or anything that you're expecting in return?
Look, we've discussed a number of things, prisoner exchanges, folks that were detained and what have you, but the fighting has to stop. I mean, that's what we agreed today. And just think about it. We've gone from if the war is going to end to now how the war is going to end. And this was an important first step. And that was under President Trump's leadership. He has literally moved the entire global conversation to where we had a very senior Ukrainian delegation with us today. We've had engagements with our Russian counterparts. And now it's how the war is going to end. And that's under President Trump's leadership.
Just to answer your question one more time.
The chat is proof that proof that Russian propaganda works. I don't think that everybody who disagrees with you is a Russian disinformation agent. Sometimes people might just have opposite perspectives on things that aren't informed by some sort of foreign power. They just don't see it the same way that you do.
The goal here is peace. That's the president's goal. The best goodwill gesture the Russians can provide is to say yes. To say yes to the offer that the Ukrainians have made to stop the shooting, to stop the fighting, and get to the table. If they do that, that's the best goodwill sign we could see. Obviously, as part of that negotiation, as we're talking about how to end this conflict, there will be a lot of issues to unravel. Among them, not the least of which is the humanitarian concerns,
he does have
children,
big ears.
Prisoners of war, all the things that sadly come with these conflicts. But the number one goodwill gesture we could see from the Russians is to see the Ukrainian offer and reciprocate it with a yes.
And next,
hopefully,
for Reuters, Daphne Saladakis.
Thank you so much. Could you clarify what security assistance will be resumed? Does this include the PDAs? And why wasn't the minerals deal signed today? What are the outstanding issues there? And if I may, is the relationship with Ukrainian President Zelensky back on track? Do you back him?
Well, let me answer the second or the third. You had two, and then I'll let the security advisor talk about the defense and security assistance. On the second question, well, let me answer first on the minerals deal. As part of our
of course, that's going to happen
today. That is something that was negotiated through our Treasury and his counterpart
it's going to happen
on the Ukrainian
100%.
side. And so the president, and you see that expressed, both presidents will instruct the appropriate members of our governments to bring to finality the signature of the deal and the signature of this agreement. So that was communicated today, and that's going to happen. That was not the subject of our talks today. I thought I expressed that on our way in. We were here in pursuit of peace. That doesn't mean the minerals deal is not very important. It most certainly is, and we expressed that today in the statements we put out jointly, that the president, our respective presidents, have instructed the appropriate members of their governments to bring this to finality and to conclusion.
Their days of not getting killed is better than zero.
Yeah,
true.
Does the security assistance include?
No, there was one after that.
And the Zelensky relationship
There we go.
back on track?
Yeah. What's back on track here, hopefully, is peace. That's what matters the most. I know everyone's looking for who likes this. Is serious stuff. Okay, this is not Mean Girls. This is not some episode of some television show. This is very serious.
Thank fucking God. Yeah, anybody that knows, yeah.
True, brother. True.
Like, what we saw in the White House is probably nothing compared to what happens privately. Yeah, it's not a big deal. People act like it's a massive, big problem. No, fuck, it's whatever, yeah.
People are going to, today,
you can't
people
sit
will
with
die
us.
in this war.
Exactly.
They died yesterday, and sadly, unless there's a ceasefire tonight, they'll die tomorrow. The president wants that to stop. That's what he's interested in here. That's why we came here. That's why we're grateful for the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia hosting us here. And what we leave here with today is a commitment that the Ukrainians are ready to stop fighting. They're ready to stop the shooting so that they can get to the table and bring about peace for their country and for the world on the security.
Well, I mean, I just can't echo enough. President Trump's president of peace. That's what he's demanding, and he's willing to take tough measures on
Little
all
Marco
sides,
on the content team is wild.
to drive that home. And in terms of the security assistance, it's the current Presidential Drawdown Authority. I'll refer to the Defense Department on the eaches of what munition was where in the process, but it's the current PDA that will proceed to the Ukrainians.
All right, everyone, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hopefully it's over.
Yeah, thanks for your
Isn't it crazy that this has been going on now for 3 years? It feels like it's been like a year and a half or something.
3 days.
Yeah,
3
this
years
has been going
later.
on for 3 fucking years, man.
Jesus.
And yeah, I'm kind of shocked.
Totally understandable, but hey, maybe we'll get some peace sometime, right? You never know. The world might just turn up one day to be a good place. Gonna head to bed, Chief. Good night. Alright, Levi. Have a good night. I really should go to bed, but I don't feel tired anymore now that I ate, but I probably will in a bit. So let's do another hunt. Who are we talking to? Going to the Ice Shard Cliffs? I will message you tomorrow on Discord, and I will be on Discord tomorrow, Levi. So we can hash some shit out, do some testing maybe. What the fuck? He was bald! He's wearing a wig! He's wearing a wig! Clip it! Clip it! Fabius's wig! Fabius is wearing a fucking wig! Baldy! A Gormagala! Rove! No, Rove! No, not Rove!
私は一つの推論に至った。流頭の過剰なエネルギー放出、それに伴う異常気象の継続、これらすべてはただ一つの事象に起因する。
Gormagala。
それがゴアマガラだ。ゴアマガラ？いや、そうか、ウイルスだ。こいつは面白い。 確かにいろいろと合点がいくぞ。なるほど。確かに恐竜ウイルスは宿主の攻撃性を増す。
Oh, then he must be like a big boy.
過剰放出はその結果とも言えるし、または流頭側の拒絶反応という解釈もできる。ああ、それに感染ってことなら、あれが何なのかが見えてくる。 こいつは大事だぞ。つまり流頭は何らかの生態的な構造を持ってやがるってことだ。私も同じ考えだ。そして生態由来であればこそ治療が可能やもしれない。わかるな、エリック君。必要なのはまず感染源の体組織ですね。先生の論文にあった恐竜症の根治薬。 理論上は確かに流頭に治療薬を投与するということですか。それが可能なら同様にルローさんも望みはある。むしろ同じ感染源から発症した彼を治療できてこそ流頭の正常化が叶うと思う。その第一歩がゴアマガラの討伐だ。これをなし 事態の悪化に歯止めをかけるとともに奴の体組織を採取治療薬の生成を目指す。以上の一連を最優先の任務と設定する。承知しました。では私たちは急ぎ戻り流頭への投与に向けた分析と準備を。僕はルローの容体に注視しながら彼の生体サンプルの分析も進めてみます。 よし。ハンターは私とゴアマガラ討伐。
Oh, we're going out with Fabius? Fuck yeah.
部下との合流を優先したい。出発の準備が済み次第声をかけてくれ。
I think we should call it here though. This fight's gonna be insane. I'm gonna be so tired for this fight. Let's just say fuck it. Fuck it, boys. Remember, you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you. Alright. So, thank you for watching, everyone. It has been a fantastic stream today. We went super fucking hard, 6.5 hours. I think that's fucking decent. I wanted to go for 7, but like, fuck it. I'm so fucking tired. We're just gonna pass out. We're gonna pass the fuck out. Well, who we gonna raid? Let's see. Who we gonna raid? Bring it up. Who's on? Where are they? Where are they at? What we got? Where are we going? What we doing? Visceral vocabulary literally just started. Either that or he just ended? No, he literally just started. So, we are going to raid him. That'll be a good start to his stream today. There you guys go. You hang it with Visceral. He is a good guy. What's that? What's that?
Just like that. Everybody's coming in here. Hello,
What's that? Alright, and for... Where is Kick? Here. Okay, who we raiding? Who we hosting? Who we hosting here? A weird fox! I get to get her back. Get him back, get them back.